that same app and that same experience and bring it to a laptop, which has a keyboard, different screen size, and a touchpad. And with those two challenges comes an impact or a challenge when it comes to budgets and resources. So you might need multiple solutions, you might need more tools. You need to design those, you need to purchase those, you need to implement them, you need to operate them. So that means you need budget, you need staff, and they actually need the time to manage that. So let's make a quick switch to employee experience, which is all about how an employee thinks, feels, and ultimately succeeds throughout their journey within an organization. So that means onboarding and everything in front of it, right? Your first job interview. It means offboarding, trying your luck elsewhere, and everything in between. So sure, when it comes to onboarding and offboarding, IT is involved, but this is more of an HR party, right? Because ultimately, as an employer, you want your employees to be the best version of themselves and actually feel like they are contributing and enabled to contribute to the success of the organization in general. So looking at measuring employee experience, and the first one is actually one we use at ITQ as well, it's retention rate. If you have a low turnover rate, chances are, or well, it's safe to assume actually, that your employee experience is quite good, because otherwise people would leave again as soon as they have the opportunity. Another one is referrals. So people are staying with your company. If they refer a lot of friends and family to come work for you, well, chances are they are happy with you, because let's face it, otherwise they wouldn't do that. And then there's eNPS. So we use NPS to score the support and services that organizations deliver, but you can do the same when it comes to employers. Well, looking at some of the challenges with employee experience, we have work-life balance. So a couple of years ago, we all started working from home. Now there's a return to the office in some cases and anything in between. But as an employer, you need to find a way to balance that to meet everyone's needs and desires, because not everyone wants to go back to the office or can go back to the office, while some people don't like to work from home. Then there's recognition, right? We all work hard, we all do our best, but if you don't get recognition and feel like you're being valued by your employer, this might result in disengaged employees, or even dismotivated and ultimately less productive employees. And then there's cultural alignment. So you have a company culture, you try to align your employees with that company culture. And if you lose that, or you lose that alignment and engagement, especially in a diverse workforce or across borders, then you have a huge risk of, again, getting demotivated employees. So, last up, digital employee experience, or DEX, which is focused on how employees interact with technology to complete their work tasks. And when you hear the word technology, you'll probably think it's related to user experience, right? But if you take the entire phrase, digital employee experience, you'd say it's related to employee experience. I like to say it's both, because ultimately this is where HR and IT come together to deliver an entire experience throughout the day. So how do you measure digital employee experience? One is adoption rate. So you deliver all these great tools, these great applications for your employees to work with. If they don't use it, well, that means you have a low adoption rate. And if they don't use it, it's typically not fit for purpose. And the employee experience is probably not what they're after. So we have tools like digital employee experience monitoring, but that can't capture everything. So why not send out a survey from time to time and just ask? Because in some cases it just helps to ask, hey, how can we improve? What are we doing well? And again, support tickets, but in this case not the number of support tickets, but actually the resolution times, the lead time. So sending in a support ticket isn't a bad thing, right? That can happen, but it matters how you go with it. How do you work with it? As long as you respond in a timely fashion, then you can take your time to solve it, but it will impact the experience of the overall support ticket in general. So looking at some of the challenges with DEX, we already spoke about the work-life balance. Well, there is a digital burnout as well, right? We're constantly connected, 24/7, we're always available. And in some cases, you might feel the need to disconnect, but you're afraid that your employer won't appreciate that. So as an employer, you need to ensure that your employees feel enabled to do so, right? They shouldn't feel like they have to be available 24/7. Then there's a digital skills gap. So not everyone is tech savvy or feels comfortable around all these digital tools. So as an employer or as an IT department, you need to facilitate with training to ensure that you limit that digital skill gap to further drive adoption. And obviously everyone's favorite is security, right? They have a job to protect the organization, and that typically butts heads with experience in general. So ideally you get those that are involved together in the same room and actually discuss what their goals are and how that they can actually work together. So before we wrap up, we covered user experience. It's everything tech related, right? It's an IT party. And we covered employee experience. Employee related tends to be an HR party. And then we have DEX on the sides, which is kind of both. And if you look at it from this perspective, you see that both UX and EX impact DEX and is actually impacted by both of them as well. And ultimately creating one big feedback circle in terms of experience. And with that, we've come to the end of this session. I hope it sheds some light on these topics. I wish you all a great time at the remainder of the event, and I'd like to thank you for attending.
All right. Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Harnessing Automation with Ansible. Let's start. Small disclaimer. I'm not a certified Red Hat administrator. Hope to be soon. But in the meanwhile, everything in the presentation is based on my real-life experience. And the thing, yeah, sorry if I'm nervous. I will try to, so yeah, you know. Okay. Coming up, I will talk a little bit about myself. So you have a background history on me, about the problem, working towards a solution to solve that problem, and the usability of that solution. So my name is Wise Metten. Currently, I work at with my new employer, C.Stanward Group, where I'm a sysadmin, where I work in the operations and I work in infra. So one maintains, one develops stuff, you know. But my journey did not start at C.Stanward Group, but it started 2 years ago, where after I graduated, I started at a company called Fondo, where I worked with one of these products, MDM solution, moving towards the VDI solution, moving towards Linux, and moving towards tools. So this is all done in 2 years' time, and all of these actually have some automation in it. And I love automation because I don't like to do repetitive tasks that can that can be automated. Because but besides that, I like traveling a lot, and I have a cat, so that's it. That was about me. So moving towards the problem, one of the problems that I faced a lot during my work was, let's say there was something and you have to fix that, but there was no proper documentation, or there was no documentation at all, and that was really annoying. So yeah, why is it challenging to document or do so properly, right? I mean, before I move towards this slide, I will give you some background, because then okay. So one of the many products that we are working with, one of them is App Volumes. App Volumes is, to say it in basic terms, abstract application from the Windows-based operating system, deliver it back to that virtual machine via virtual disk, and there is a capturing process. Remember, I will show you later on in the slides something about the capturing process, which can be very complex. Okay, so this really happened to me a few months ago. My team lead came to me, asked, "Can you upgrade that application?" I was like, I started with the 3 I's. I don't know. I don't know the application. Very complex. I don't want to do that because I don't have time. And the other one was, well, I have other stuff to do. So yeah. So basically saying I don't want to, but yeah, in the end I did accept it because it was a challenge, and while doing it, there was no documentation. Well, there was documentation actually, but it was done so poorly and it was not useful. It took me almost like 2 weeks to actually understand the application, how to install it, configure it, and doing the capturing of that application. It took me 2 weeks. I mean, like, that was a lot of time for me, and I could do other things because I'm doing projects, I'm doing incidents, I work with other teams, doing a lot of other stuff. So expectation versus reality. We have always that guy saying, "I never have time." I'm guilty on that. I hate documenting. Okay, I do because it's boring. I mean, yeah, I don't really like it, but okay. And he's on leave. Okay, I'm not that guy, but there's always one guy. He's not there when you need him, right? And he has all the knowledge about that application, and it sucks. And then the team leads, well, he's not here, wait. And now, why is it so important? Why? Oh, that's why, right? Yeah. If you have proper documentation, of course. How hard can it be? Yeah, okay, it's really difficult, but we know it takes time. But that's the point. Solution. I think we all know the solution. Ansible! Okay, how do I see Ansible? Well, I see Ansible, well, the way I see it, by the way, you have many interpretations of it, but Ansible enables IT professionals to automate repetitive tasks and streamline complex workflows. And so the problem was documenting, and the solution, and the solution that I see is workflows. And why workflow? While you do create a workflow, you're coding, and while you're coding, you're actually also documenting, because sharing knowledge, Ansible, sharing knowledge, that's important. Saving tons of time. You don't have dependency on people, and nothing will be forgotten because everything is there in the documentation, and your documentation is your code. Yeah, like I just said, I can actually document it while coding it, and that makes it fun. So as I just said, I don't really like documenting, but if I can code, which I really like, then it's fun, and then I would like to put lots of time in it because coding. Don't get scared. It's not all about coding, because how does Ansible work? It contains a set of tasks, actually modules. If some people know Python or PowerShell, you have always modules, and you can use those modules. You can create your own modules, and those modules are actually like, let's say, I want to create a virtual machine, and to do that, you say, call the module and say, name of the virtual machine, you give the name, and how many disks it needs. Well, that's a module. So within those modules, you have the tasks. Did I say it's written in declarative YAML? So it doesn't have to be very difficult. I mean, everyone can understand it. I learned this in 4 months' time. So yeah, only 4 months. So I think it's very decent to learn it. Yeah, you can manage infrastructure. You can manage infrastructure, applications, services, and yeah, declarative language. It starts from here. It goes there. It does what it needs to do, and if it doesn't, then you have your answer. It didn't work. Go fix it. Okay, so this is a play. We see a lot of stuff, but the most important stuff is here. Like a local variable vault, what it does is actually calling a module saying, give me all the passwords. I don't want that written in my code. Create an inventory that basically says, what target am I going to deploy these tasks? Is it the Windows? Is it the Linux? You name it. Creating a folder. So these are all modules, and then these are some APIs. In the end, I will show you a video, and that video will do basically what's written in here. It will install a few applications, and after installing those applications with App Volume, you need to upload it to the App Volume Manager, vSAN, do some automation with it, like get the app stack, get the application name. To get the application name, you have an API. And the other one does get a cookie. The other one gets the face on data store. You will see it in the video. There's a lot of information in here. But basically, if I'm an Ansible user, I read this, I understand it, and I know what it does. Otherwise, I go to the module, check what is inside the module, and yeah. So, yeah. You have the modules, and in Ansible we call them actually roles. It's like you have a book, you open it, and you have a chapter, and every chapter, within those chapters you have paragraphs, if I'm saying correctly. And those paragraphs are then the tasks, and the chapters are the modules. I hope it doesn't get confusing, and it sometimes is, but yeah. You can write with Bash, you can write PowerShell, because it supports actually Windows, which is really awesome, and that's why I choose also Ansible. Python, I used to work with Python, now I do it less. I use more Bash and PowerShell, and yeah, Shell. These are one of the many roles that I created it, so the modules, like deleting files, finalizing Windows OS, install applications, installing security, doing some DNS. So I'm actually not dependable on the network guys anymore because I can do that with Ansible. And or I can do some registry stuff. I can do some. I can even do some stuff in vCenter. It's really easy, and you can get to some complex stuff. And yeah. So this is a task. I think this is a very basic one. Here we have download Google Chrome, just an easy one. And then here we have download it and place it there, specify destination. And then we have install it, and so this rule was then called install Google Chrome, for example. You can name whatever you want it, and then you have a win command like just run that on that target host. So yeah, what we have is a playbook. One more time, what we have is a playbook, and we have modules. We have the target system, and there you have. And this is the video. So here we say the Ansible tower. Inside the tower you have the GUI. It's going very fast, but I wrote the faces because I don't have much time anymore. Here you see the template using it. What do you want to capture? Application, Office applications, what template? I want to refer it because I created a snapshot. I want logging or not logging. Yeah, and then you run it. You see some stuff, I forward it, you see I'm at this one now, and here we can just filter, so assessing play, is it good or bad? And I can see it successfully installed the things that I wanted because I can check. So this gives me some information. You can use other mediums to get your output going to Slack, like, hey, yeah, okay. So this is it, this is the video, and then okay, so here I see some. Yeah, it's going very fast. I know. Yeah. Okay. And it's almost finished. Yeah. I had to talk really fast because I don't have enough time, of course, because yeah. But here, this is the end result. We just deleted that application and moved the package from that application to this one, and that's basically it. So this seems very easy, but doing this automated is very complex. But once we have it, now we can just go to the tower and say, move that, capture that, move it to that, and that's it. And in the meanwhile, I can do some other stuff. You know, this is just an example out of the many. I talk very fast. I know. Sorry. Yeah, that's it.
Test, test. Hello, all of like 7 people. Woo! I'm John Tolles. In perfect ADHD fashion, I've lost about half my presentation, so we're going to see how quickly we can do this. And like any European presentation, I have ITQ people in the audience. That means that we're actually making some progress. So, neurodiversity in the workplace. If I can work this thing. Oh, great. Oh, I can use my own. Yay. There we go. So, and again, we're going to see how quickly we can do this. So, we're going to talk a little bit about who I am, which is a loaded question, my story, the challenges of neurodiversity, the superpowers behind it, how ADHD has been very kind of impacting my growth, finding the right manager for it, why it matters, and I'll probably get through about half this presentation, and closing thoughts, the way things are going. So, who am I? If you don't work for ITQ, or not in EUC, you have no idea who I actually am. I'm Mobile John, widely considered to be the expert in Workspace ONE, which is why they actually let me come to the conference. vExpert, vExpert Pro, vExpert EUC, Microsoft MVP in Windows 365. Very, very neurodiverse, maybe the most neurodiverse person at this conference. CTO, which means that I'm married to a very smart woman who owns a disability-owned, women-owned life sciences company. We write the reports for drugs to be approved by the FDA in America. Yes, I'm American, obviously. I'm a big ADHD and IT advocate. I've been writing about it and mentoring on it for quite a long time. Been in the industry 10 plus years, used to work at BlackBerry. I've been speaking at these conferences going back to VMworld 2018. Before that, I was also at AirWatch Connect, which, those of you who don't know, was Workspace ONE. I also run a digital workspace vMug, because vMugs are for people who don't like mobile, sometimes VDI. So, what's my story? I'm a very late entrant to IT. I was a retail manager from the age of 18. So I came into IT very, very late as a BlackBerry admin. Incredibly neurodiverse. Those of you who don't have, who actually is neurodiverse in the audience? You are, just own it, okay? So with ADHD, there's like 100 different symptoms. So one of the big problems a lot of times is that people think just because they knew one person with ADHD, they know everybody with ADHD. I have a lot of problems. ADHD is very, very wide, has a very wide berth. I have one 10-year-old daughter who has ADHD. I've got a 4-year-old with autism. So, yep, it's my wife, it's a blast for her. My background is I'm pretty much self-taught. My jumping off point was I worked at BlackBerry. That's when I was officially started being medicated with ADHD. I was on a team where everybody else was a 10-year principal plus at Microsoft. I was a moron with 2 years of IT. The thing that got me on the map was I wrote an article basically talking about life of a mobility engineer, and I talked about how first I started off as like this BlackBerry admin. It's kind of an imposter syndrome thing. I thought I was the king shit. I thought I knew everything. And then I went to work for BlackBerry, and I'm like, I'm a friggin' moron. I don't know shit. Which we all have those kind of realizations. So basically, I've had to work twice as hard to be competitive, especially someone who has ADHD, where anyone who has ADHD knows that usually you're a really high performer, and people use who you are to take you down. And that is the reality of that world. The literal definition of a cautionary tale. In Vegas, I had 2 different Taylor Swift references. This was the first one that most people who know me will absolutely agree that I am the literal anti-hero. I am my own worst enemy. I will step in it 99.9% of the time. I have been gotten in trouble at least probably 3 times in this conference already. So to talk a little bit about the challenges of neurodiversity. Stereotypes is number 1. people look at people who are neurodiverse. The biggest problem that I see as somebody who worked at Freddie Mac is that people kind of just bundle autism in with ADHD and everything else, because normies get really comfortable just putting everybody into a single box. As those of many of us know, they just like to lump everybody together. In Vegas, I was on stage with two amazing people, one on stage and one virtual. One was one woman who has autism, no longer for VMware. The other person has, and I'm going to keep getting this wrong, it is the dyslexia, and he works for VMware, and it was very eye-opening. Because like I said, there's a lot of different types of neurodiversity. There are tons of stereotypes around it. I am already very out of time. I'm going to keep going. Social challenges is probably the biggest one. Not really somebody who I would say has a lot of friends, has more acquaintances than friends. My luck is that I'm a necessary evil. I've written more about Workspace ONE than anybody who even works for VMware. So they keep me around because I am a necessary evil. Despite my many social challenges, I will say the wrong thing. I have no filter. I'll interrupt people, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. But what I've learned with neurodiversity, it's all about just owning who you are and being good with it. People can either be okay with you or they're not going to be okay with you. I know I'm an acquired taste. I know I'm not for everybody. And I don't really care. And managers is the number one problem, hands down. I have been in IT for 15 years. I've worked for one person who actually gave a shit about the fact I had ADHD and actually tried to support me. One. And that's working at many Fortune 500 companies, many financial companies, retail companies, everywhere. I've had one. And no, it wasn't my wife. Because the reality is, even if you're married and you have ADHD, and you can say if you have ADHD, or if you're any kind of neuro, you'll know this. Your wife, if she's not neurodiverse, will not understand you. No matter how hard she tries, no matter how much she loves you or doesn't love you, she will not understand you. Because reality is nobody really will unless they're in your shoes. So let's talk about the superpowers. Come on. Hyperfocus. So what this actually means is that we can focus in and hone in on things unlike anybody else. Innovative. The way that we think about things, the way we see things. My skill and why I was one of the very best people at BlackBerry is that I would work on an issue and I would see 5 other issues around it that people aren't even looking for. And that has really been the epitome of my career, is that I see the bigger picture in ways that a lot of people don't. I create, I design, I do things that people just do not in my field. Genuine is more important than anything. The reason I hate Americans, and honestly I hate Americans even though I am one, is that they love stabbing people in the back. They're not genuine, in my experience, of course. They're just, why I always love Europeans, and I have one of my very best friends in the room here, is that they are who they say they are more often than not. They're good people. I've had great experiences in Amsterdam, many of the Dutchies, ITQ, Germans, and Com Division, and I just have a lot of value and appreciation for people who are they're just genuine, they're just who they are. Cause that's my brand for right or wrong, is I'm just unapologetically me. And outside of the box thinkers, right? We just think about things differently. We have a completely different outlook on the way we approach and we solve problems. And of course, we're creatives. I mean, this is obviously very often stereotyped as well. They just think that we're a Jackson Pollock and we're just throwing paint on the walls. But many of us are very, very creative people. Even more so, autistic people are very creative more than people with ADHD. And our energy and passion is kind of what drives us. And it looks like a hot mess most of the time, being honest. But usually the thing that people should understand who aren't neurodiverse, and they're just trying to understand neurodiverse people in the room, is that we are not malicious ever. We always have good intentions, but usually it's a faceplant, to be honest with you. So how has it limited me in my career? And I am absolutely insufferable, without question. I've been held back. There's a particular Thai tech company who I will not say what their name is. that has rejected me despite wanting to hire me several times because they thought I was too disruptive, specifically at their conferences, no companies to be named. I've had limited promotional opportunities at companies because, you know, at the end of the day, right, we're, you know, at least in my experience, I'm a necessary evil. I can get 5 times as many done. Any company I've left that needed at least 3 people to replace me. But that also limits where I can actually go. They're not willing to you know, they just said, oh, you're smart enough. You're a really smart guy. You can go and do it. They basically imply that people with ADHD are smart enough to make themselves not have ADHD. This is the same salt and pepper crowd director that would just go AI all the time and make me go in weekly roadmap meetings for no real reason. But it's the same, and I bet you he's laughing because he probably knows somebody just like that. Because they're all over the place, right? The country club crowd. And just in general, poor management support for neurodiversity. And that's honestly a reality, right? Is a lot of companies, they're just trying to check a box. I can say this for a fact, is we own a company that is women-owned and disability-owned. And people check the box all the time on DEI, but they don't actually live it. And again, we're improperly labeled every single day of our lives. And you know, at Explore in Vegas, when I did this with 80 people, we had, believe it or not, in a tech conference, we had half the room was women. I didn't know there were that many women at a VMware conference, but there was. And women know what this has been like in tech for 15 years, 20 years, right? Is being treated a different way. I feel so much, and for my daughter who's 10, for females who are neurodiverse. Like, I mean, women don't have it hard enough in tech as it is, right? No, with disrespect and the way they're treating meetings. I had a girl, true story, there was a girl who was neurodiverse, came up to me in Vegas, where a vendor came into a room, said, thought she was the coffee girl, and she was an engineer. And so I walked up to him and I basically said, what the F? Like, cause I just don't care. And it's just like, you know, is that, you know, people with neurodiversity, just like women, right? We're so highly misunderstood and judged constantly. Instead of just, you know, the people who have had enough patience with people like me and have actually been willing to understand us, it's really been a big thing, right? The reality is I can say what experience one manager has ever existed that actually will support me. And some of the things I look for, someone who's willing to be patient, as I think we all could use more patient people in our lives. Someone who has strong awareness, can actually be visually aware of what's going on. I had someone who just would do social cues, stuff like that, to help keep me on point in meetings. You know, an actual good listener, somebody who's not trying to just, you know, survive or just kind of look out for themselves, but somebody that's actually willing to care about other people, which is a missing trait. And more than anything, someone who just knows how to use somebody who is neurodiverse, using them in the right ways. Don't pull them into meetings that are nonsense. Blocking them from the stuff they don't need to be involved in. Just letting them get back to do the things that actually matter. And someone who is actually a legitimate advocate. Because the reality is, no matter what anybody tells you, they don't for the most part exist. Someone who actually truly cares and is willing to advocate. Because the reality is that if we hire neurodiverse people and you put them in positions to succeed, is they crush it. Absolutely crush it. I can learn any EUC technology within a week. I self-taught myself VDI, Windows 365. I'm an MVP because I basically said, I want to go do something. And I just go and do it. I mean, we're so driven, people who are neurodiverse, and people don't understand that. They just see the stereotypical movie type based stuff that, you know, we're a hot mess and we're all over the place and blah, 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 blah. But like, you know, this guy, his name's Dan Smith. I worked for him at Talbot's. Jehovah's Witness, best person I've ever met in my entire life. He just, like I said, I show his picture because he is the only person I've ever met that actually was willing to invest in me. And the reality is that you don't have to change. You can have high standards. Just be kind of who you are. Don't care about what people think. Because there are, you know, 0.1% of the time somebody actually will care. And it's hard because you want to give up, but sometimes you'll find that person. Because at the end of the day, we just want to surround ourselves with good people. I mean, because that's really what matters. And the reason is why people who aren't neurodiverse should actually care is because it's everywhere now. But really, we exist. And I mean, yeah, everyone's being medicated and stuff like that. But like, you know, it's kind of all around us, you know. And, you know, at the end of the day, and this amazing woman, Lauren, who never works for VMware, her main sentiment in Vegas is just be good humans. And that resonates so much with me because, we leave behind, the only thing we leave behind is our legacy and who we were. And, just being decent matters. Because, at the end of the day, right, the difference between people with neurodiversity and people who are neuronormative is that when we do bad things, more often than not, we come from a good place. When other people do bad things, more often than not, they don't. They're judging us, and so they're reacting, and instead of actually taking a moment to think about, what was the spirit of who that person was actually trying to be. And like I said, there's probably not a more misunderstood person at this conference than me. Outside the fact that I'm American, that's already bad enough. I was at a party last night, I ordered a pizza, they all looked at me like I was weird. I said, I'm American. Damn it. But, we're gonna drive you crazy. We're gonna, make you want to drink, make you whatever. But you know what? We're loyal. We have more passion. We care more about things and people than pretty much anybody else does. And it's a double-edged sword. It's our thing that holds us back, and also it's what makes us as good, if not better, than anybody else at what we do. And the reality is, and going back to what I said earlier, we're genuine. Our motives are not. We don't have motives. We aren't trying to stab you in the back. We're just trying to kind of to live our lives and actually try to do things. I'm not just neurodiverse, I have a disabled wife, so I do everything. And if I wasn't neurodiverse, I wouldn't be able to do everything. So that means a lot to me because I'm able to raise two neurodiverse kids with a wife who has no energy and has health issues, and I'm able to do everything, and I cook and I clean, I work full time. I run a consulting practice. We run a multi-million-dollar pharma company that actually was the reason why the pediatric vaccine for COVID exists right now. We are the ones that got approved by the FDA. I've been able to, in my life, do great things because of how much I care and who I am, and I wouldn't change being neurodiverse for anything. And there's so many people who won't even tell companies that they're neurodiverse because they're worried about how they're gonna be judged, and for good reason. But really, at the end of the day, all I can really say or leave people with is that we disrupt, we make differences. I am so disruptive at this conference every single year. People basically try to kick me out of the room every single session. I engage, I talk about things because at the end of the day, we're all people, we're all different, we all kind of fit a certain piece of the puzzle. And, we are who we are. But everyone else, all the other normal people in the world, how they react, what actually matters, and they should all do better than just checking a box. Because you know what? They're more than happy to use us for our skills and what we can do and what we can give them. But it's a two-way street. It's up to them to be willing to actually be understanding. And at the end of the day, thank you, everybody. Especially thank you, like I said, one of my best friends in the world, Peter, who tolerates the absolute friggin' piece of work I am every single day. And that's everybody else in my life. They all tolerate that I'm a piece of work. But I do more and I care more about people than pretty much anybody else, and that's who my thing is. So I went way over, and probably only because Alistair also is neurodiverse, he let me go over. And I talk a lot, so thank you. If anybody is interested, I am giving away some neurodiversity t-shirts. It's me and my daughter that I had made up. Because like I said, this is something that actually really matters to me, and it's who I am. So thank you. And thanks for understanding. Yeah, I know, wrap it up.
Morning. Hope you're all enjoying Explore. So you might be hearing about a lot of technical geeky things. Today I'm going to talk about a little lighter topic and how it can be useful to all of us, right? So, and which is important as well. So my name is Verghese Philippos. I'm okay. Okay, sorry for that. Yeah, my name is Verghese Philippos. I'm a Principal Technical Adoption Manager or Principal TAM out of the Customer Success team within VMware. I'm also part of the global field and the Office of CTO where I lead few initiatives mostly on sustainability and mostly focusing on product innovations with along with sustainability and focusing on ARIA operations. And had been with VMware for 11 plus years, and over these 11 years, I had been working closely with ARIA operations itself. So, quickly looking at the agenda, I will quickly go over overview on the sustainability and how it is important at this point of time, right? And then we will jump into details of how carbon transparency is applicable within ARIA operation, what can be done within that, right? And then I'll go through a little bit of use cases, and then the key thing, VMware Green Score, what we have with them. Okay, so starting with things, right? Like you hear about all these key buzzwords, global warming, climate agreement, and net zero targets, decarbonization strategies, all of those things, right? But then how can IT help in this? How can IT admins, specifically the vSphere admins, help on that, right? So that's what we are going to look at this. How can IT contribute to this? How can IT contribute to your sustainability goals within the corporate, within your organization, right? That's a key thing which we are looking at that. Now, before going into that, why focus on sustainable operations, right? So if you look at this very simple example, if you are talking about a data center of like about 2,000 server racks, and if it takes about, and if it is consuming about 10 megawatts of power, if you look at the cooling charges needed and cooling emissions needed, it really needs 15 megawatts for that particular data center. And then when you are talking about the power to be generated for powering on that, including the emissions, losses, grid losses, and all of those things, we need to have power generated for 43 megawatts. This is equivalent to the power needed for a city of 30,000 people, right? And this is a simple example of one data center. Talk about the global scenario, right? All the hyperscalers, what are these hyperscalers? These are all data centers, right? And if you consider the total power required, used by the data centers globally, and if you consider it as an IT industry as a country, it will be third to US and China. So that's how big it is, right? And that's where we as in the IT industry can definitely do a lot and contribute a lot in sustainability and reducing the power consumption. Now, in today's world of carbon reporting, we need to think about like Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emission. Scope 1 emission is basically the emissions directly from the power generator, which is basically the emissions from the car, your own vehicles, and all of those things. And Scope 2 is basically the indirect emissions from the power you purchase. So that's what we will be focusing on, because that is the Scope 2 emissions are those emissions coming from the data center, your own on-prem data centers. As you move to the cloud infrastructure, that becomes the responsibility of the cloud providers. That's what we call Scope 3 emissions, right? So basically, we will be looking at Scope 2 emission with which you can measure the carbon emissions within your on-prem data center. Now, what VMware had been doing, right? So sustainability had been embedded into every product, everything what we had been doing. Think about ESX, right? The ESX, when we started off with ESX, that helped in consolidating or reducing the power consumption, right? That was basically how it was there. So every product you talk about within VMware help in consolidating the data center, and that's what we had been doing. And we had been, our vision always had been to build a more sustainable, equitable, and secure digital future for us. And we had set like 30 goals to be completed by 2030. That is what we call as 2030, our VMware 2030 agenda. And also with the other things, we had been basically working with, you might have heard about the EGDC, European Green Digital Coalition, where we signed up with EGDC as well early this year, and then had been trying to work and contribute to the missions of EGDC as well. Now, as I've mentioned, right, sustainability is there embedded into anything or whatever we do. If you look at this journey, right, every customer is in any one of these portions, right, starting from server virtualization and then consolidation, all of those things, right? So this is where we call it the cloud sustainability maturity model. And this is where we are trying to help customers in driving the sustainability goals and driving more into that. Now, when we talk about the sustainability innovations within VMware, it is basically focused on 3 goals. Carbon transparency, which provides you the metrics and visibility onto what are the metrics within within the sustainability and power consumption, and then workload carbon efficiency, helping you to reduce or optimize the utilization by reducing the power consumption as well. And then, of course, the zero carbon cloud as well. So what we will be focusing on today will be carbon transparency with ARIA operations. So ARIA operations is our cloud management tool. If you have not heard about that, it's our cloud management tool which helps you give end-to-end visibility on your environment, right from on-prem, the public cloud platform, all of those things, right? Giving you the visibility on the metrics and computing performance and all of those things. So when we talk about ARIA operations and sustainability metrics, we think that like there are 3 dimensions of sustainability in the data center. So first one, green supply. Green supply is not just about the green power, but also the green infrastructure, the infrastructure which provides services to your business or to the VM. So we want to make it greener by reducing the wastage and making sure that it is running at the maximum efficiency, right? And the second one, clean demand. Clean demand is all up to again, reducing the wastage by oversized VMs and also that the business asks for the right resources, not the huge, heavy VMs, and reducing the oversized VM and giving them the right resources, right? And then third one is run lean. Run lean is, I can give you an example of in your organization when the hardware procurement happens, hardware owner always keep a buffer when they order because they don't want to run out of capacity at the peak time, right? So that buffer is there, and over and above that, when you go into the application owner, VM owner, they also keep their own buffer. So this buffer gets stacked up. This is again a wastage. So we can help you with identifying that, run with the right buffer, but then without impacting the SLA of operation. So these are the 3 dimensions which we talk about on sustainable operations in the data center. And if you see on the right-hand side, the capabilities, right size VM, reclaim wastage, all of those things we had been doing. We had been doing since day one, but then we had not been translating this back into the sustainability metrics. That's what we are trying to do. We try to do with ARIA operations, right? Or take the same capabilities, same features, but then translate it back into power consumption savings or energy saving and translate it into carbon emission savings itself. So that's where we came out with the sustainability dashboards in ARIA operation. I think this was released in 2021. We already have the sustainability dashboard based on 3 themes. How much carbon did you save by virtualizing? I know this is an old story, but then still I will come to that. And then how can you further optimize your carbon footprint by identifying the ideal VMs, right? And then where do you want to provision your next VM? Identify the greenest cluster, right? So let's look at each of those, right? The first one, carbon efficiency with virtualization. How much carbon emissions did you avoid by virtualizing your workload? I know this is an old story, legacy story, but then in the current world of like carbon reporting, this is always a metric. This is a metric always to be used. So this is being used by several customers when they report back into the organization goal. How much did you save? So what you do is, if you have 1,000 VMs in your environment, if it was not virtualized, you should have been having 1,000 physical servers. So we use that assumption, and then we can give you how much did you save, how much the current power consumption and translate it to carbon emission, and then we make the assumption of an average sizing of the server and how you can do with that. So and then give you the value on that. So and it can also give you the electricity cost savings and all of those things. So this is for the reporting purpose, right? Now the second one is how can you further optimize optimize your environment. I mentioned about the wastage in your environment, and the easiest, or the ideal VMs are the easiest one to identify at first with ARIA operations. So ideal VMs are those VMs running in your environment, but then not used by the business. So it could be of either an old server or a legacy application or something like that running there without being used, right? So ARIA operations can identify that and then give you, these are the idle VMs and these are the power used by the idle VM. So if you see in this dashboard, the first widget is basically, it gives you the heat map of all the clusters with the power consumed by the idle VM. So if it goes beyond a threshold, the color changes and you have an action there, right? So then you have two actions. One, you can go into the cluster, shut down or delete those idle VM if those are legitimately idle. But then some of the cases, it may not be, it might be needed by business because those are used by the application by business once in a year, once in a quarter or something like that, right? So then we can use the second way, the net zero target wave, like number of trees to be planted to offset the damage done by that idle VM. So this dashboard gives you that capability and that thing, right? Now, next thing is, earlier we used to get the request like, when I want to provision my next VM, I want to provision it based on the performance or based on the cost. Select the cluster which is based on these criteria, right? The newer request now is, I want to provision it to the greenest cluster. Identify a cluster which is most greener based on the power consumption or power efficiency. And that's what we give you here. And these dashboards will tell you the top 10 greener clusters and also give you the capacity remaining as well, so that it's not just being green, but you identify the green cluster and then look at the capacity and then you can think about provisioning it back as well. So these are the out-of-the-box dashboards available within ARIA operations which you can use for this, right? And these metrics are available, carbon metric, sustainability metric, energy saving, all these, and with which you can create the custom dashboards as well. Now, the next thing which came up was, how do you track your decarbonization journey, right? So you cannot, I believe the fact that you cannot improve something which you cannot track, right? So that's where tracking your decarbonization journey is very, very important. That's where we came out with the new theme in the last year's release, where we give you the capability to identify your current carbon footprint and track your carbon emissions, because there are no global standards or global scores with which you can compare yourself. Where are you currently in your decarbonization journey, right? You always keep doing these things, what I showed in the dashboards, but then how are you tracking yourself? There are no scores. There are nothing global standards available with which you can compare. So that's where we came out with VMware Green Score, which gives you the capability of measuring where are you currently. And then you can track that progress. I will come to that, how we calculate that, but then also we give you the actionable recommendation on how to improve the green score as well. So let's look at how do we calculate the green score, right? So we talked about the three dimensions: clean demand, lean operation, green supply. We literally expanded a little bit more on that with few components. The first one, clean demand, is workload efficiency, that is pretty straightforward because that's the identifying the wastage in your environment. The next one, lean operation, resource utilization, I mentioned, it is reducing the buffer. And then the third component we added is virtualization ratio, because virtualization definitely drives sustainability, right? Consolidation and thus sustainability. So we looked at that virtualization ratio as well. And then under green supply, we have power source, which is most important thing. If you have greener power, you are more greener in there. And then the last one, the hardware efficiency. So hardware efficiency is based on the fact that latest generation hardware are more energy efficient. So that's where we took that 5 components itself. So we took these 5 components into account and then created a green score. Each of these components have different levels of impact on the score, right? So that's why we have given a weighted average. For example, power source has the highest, because if you have greener power, so we gave that higher weightage, and then the other components with different weightage into that. And then each of them have a score, and then it gives you the green score. And green score it's a relative scoring. It's not an absolute value, it's a relative scoring. So you know what is your current green score and where do you want to get to. It's a value from 0 to 100. So that gives you the capability of moving forward with the actionable recommendations and all of those things. Now, let's quickly go into those 5 components, right? The first one, pretty straightforward, identify the wastage in your environment. So which are basically idle VM, or zombie VMs, powered off VM, snapshot, all of those things, and gives you a score based on that. So if you have 100% wastage in your environment, it gives a 0 score. And then if you have 0 wastage in your environment, it gives a 100 score. So it will be always a value in between, and your target always would be to get closer to the 100 part. So that's the first one. The second one is the resource utilization. I mentioned it multiple times, the reducing the buffer in your environment, right? So if you have 0 usage, we give you 0 value. And if you have 100% usage, we give you 100 score. 100% usage is definitely not possible because we always will have the buffer for HA and all of those things, right? So, but again, it's always the target will be to push towards the value of 100. Now the third one, the virtualization ratio. This is again driving consolidation. So if you have 0, if you give the value of 0 virtualization, it gives a score of 0, and then 100% virtualization gives a value of 100. So this is something which you will be inputting. When you initially start the green score configuration, you will be asked for this input because we cannot get from REOps, we cannot find this value automatically, right? So you'll be asked for an input on this. Now the fourth one is the power source, the most important one. Now, how do we calculate a score on this is based on greenhouse gas emissions calculator. And if you see in this chart, like each of these power sources has a carbon efficiency values, right? So, for example, the lignite coal have about 1,000. So, we will give you an option to select which is your power source, and then based on that, we calculate a score. For example, the highest carbon intensity is 1,000 when you select lignite and coal. And if you go towards 0, so that's what the net zero value will come in. So anything in between what you select, we give a score based on that. So it's always targeted to use the greener power source. That's where you get more score on that, right? So that's the power source. Now, the last one is hardware efficiency. So this is a bit tricky to calculate, but then it's again based on the fact that the latest generation hardware are more energy efficient for 2 reasons. One, of course, the hardware efficiency, the energy efficiency is better, and the second, more consolidation. It allows more consolidation than the older hardware, right? So now again, the question will come in, okay, if I'm looking at refreshing my hardware every year, that again drives the carbon scope 3 emissions. So again, that's not recommended as well, but then that's why we have put in very low weightage to this. But then this definitely is a point. So definitely is a component. So we are purely looking at the scope 2 emissions here. The embodied carbon within the hardware vendors which they provide, we will try to include it later on in the thing. But then again, this is a fact, and as I've mentioned, it's like a relative scoring. It's not going to give you wrong values later on in calculation as well. So with all these 5 components, we get to the VMware Green Score. So it shows you the green score, the total power consumption, carbon footprint, all of those things. And we can also see the green score per physical data center now. Like you can create your physical data centers based on the location, geolocation, and based on that you can put in the different values for that, virtualization ratio, power source, all of those things could be different. And you get to see the green score and then all those components which I mentioned about per physical data center. And the 5 components, it gives you the score based on each of those, right? Each of the component will have a score, and which is what will drive the actionable recommendation. Now, for example, here in workload efficiency, it's 68%. Your goal will be to drive towards 100. How do you do that? It shows the power, the wastage in your environment, powered off VM, idle VM, all of those things, and you have an action to go and reduce those features, which will improve your workload efficiency. The same thing goes for the other components as well. Now, the new things which, this is from one of the customers, right? Like right sizing always had been a big challenge for all the VMware admins because nobody will want to give back the resources. The VMs which are already oversized VM, nobody will want to give back the resources, right? So earlier we used to drive it with cost, but then now we have few customers who are putting in like carbon tax for this department. For example, each department, they group the VMs and say that this is your carbon tax, which means this is your carbon emissions for your team, right? And they showcase it, and then do that against the organization goal. So this is one of those dashboards which is used for that. So right sizing driven by carbon footprint, carbon emissions, right? So that's all I have with ARIA operations. And if you have seen, you can search for the VMware ESG report 2023, which tells about the entire story what we had from 25 years, right from ESX on how we helped in reducing the carbon emissions, all of those things, right? And yeah, to summarize, just two key takeaways. IT can definitely contribute to the sustainability goals. So IT can definitely within your organization, right? And ARIA operations will help you with the sustainability metrics. And of course, the green score. Green score can help you with tracking the decarbonization goals. That's how what I want to show. Any questions? I'm happy to take. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to VMware Explore, to our session managing Linux endpoints with Workspace ONE UEM. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Johan Dijkstra. I'm a senior consultant at Orange Business, vExpert EUC, vExpert Pro, and doing everything with VMware products, Workspace, and VDI. And this is my colleague.
My name is Michael Zuskov. I'm IT architect working with everything around end user computing.
Today, we have the following agenda. The why question. We're going to talk about the technical requirements, tell some information about the enrollment, management, roadmap features, and feature requests. And in the end, we have time for some questions and answers.
So let's start with why, and well, it's a rather rhetorical question. Why do we use Linux? Well, we use Linux already for ages. It's small, stable, we can use it almost everywhere. And it's more about how we use Linux. And the first thing that will come in mind is the Linux-based endpoints, the thin clients. The other thing is that we have things like ordering boards where you can put an RFID tag on it and will reorder supplies that you need. You have handheld scanners of all types. We got all other types of embedded devices for smart city, for whatever you can think of. All those systems, they need to be managed somehow. We need to provision certificates for a single sign-on for Horizon Workspace. We need to deploy operating system updates. We need to monitor the system state. And that's quite important for enterprise means. Well, next to that, the Linux is making its way into the enterprise. The Windows is no longer dominant, fortunately for us. And it's growing and growing beyond the traditional admins and the data analytics, the business analytics, security, and designers. They all choose Linux even instead of Macs. So why we need to manage that? We have a lot of enterprise scale products like Puppet, Chef, Ansible, which are really great, but they have one thing in common. They are built around a data center or at least in a local network connection. So, which means that with the current modern workspace, we can't really use them right now. It's just because our devices are unplugged. Since the last 5 years, people are no longer glued to their workplace. They are everywhere. And we need something else. And well, we have an industry-leading, I could say, solution to manage all our workspace, including the Linux.
Well, and what do you need by technical requirements to use this? Well, Linux management is only available on SaaS to start with. Any Linux distribution, running on x86, x64, ARM5 and ARM7 are supported, and the device must be running System D or System V. Those are the technical requirements. For enrollment, we have two enrollment methods: web-based enrollment and hub-based enrollment. And we have two demos. We're going to demonstrate both ways of enrollment. The web-based enrollment works as follows. We go to the portal tenant, where we log in. We fill in our group ID to start the enrollment. We continue, we log in with our credentials. Typing a little bit slow. Okay. Well, in the portal, we select which device ownership. We do corporate now. We accept the terms of use. We select the correct installer. It depends which architecture you use. we go to the download page and download the Workspace ONE installer hub. One important factor is that you need to close the browser before you do the installation. We open the terminal, we go to the downloads folder in which we have downloaded the installer. We do sudo apt install and install the intelligent hub. When it's installed, yeah, you see all the things coming by. When it's installed, it should be enrolled. So after this, we should be okay. You also see it uses Puppet. Okay, it's installed and we're enrolled, and that's the web-based enrollment.
And this recording is not cut, not accelerated, so it takes below 2 minutes to enroll the system without any additional actions.
Yeah. Now we go to the hub-based enrollment, and the hub-based enrollment is we download the installer from the website, we install the intelligent hub, and with the intelligent hub we do command line enrollment. So we're going to the web browser again, we go to my.workspaceone.com, and from there we can install the intelligent hub. We go to the downloads page, Workspace ONE Intelligent Hub. We select the platform, Linux, of course, app version. We speed it up a little bit for the time. Yeah. We download the installer. And this is a two-step approach. First, we go to the downloads folder. There, we are going to install the Workspace ONE Intelligent Hub, same way as the other. But then we're not ready yet. We need to enroll the device. So it's installing again. You see this one is running systemd. It goes a little bit quick, but we see in the we do this sudo ws one hub util enroll. We give the server address, the group to which we enroll, the credentials, and we can also do in plain text the password, but that's not really safe. So we leave that. We enter the password. The enrollment starts, and as you can see, we can check the enrollment also with the WS hub util and with the status. And you see the status is enrolled. So with the hub-based enrollment, we're enrolled. And this is two-step phase, basically. With the Workspace ONE hub util, we can enroll, unenroll, we can trigger sensors, do kind of stuffs. With this link, you can see what you can do with all the command line options for the Workspace ONE utility. Then we have profiles. We can use profiles. We have three types. We have two default profiles. That's a credential profile, Wi-Fi profile, which contain payloads for those profiles. And for credential profiles, we can use certificates. And for Wi-Fi profiles, we can push Wi-Fi configuration to the devices. And then the third one, that's a custom configuration profile. And with the custom configuration profile, it relies on the Puppet agent, but it is used for installing application, and everything else you can do from the command line.
So yeah, well, important thing is then we got device enrolled, we got somehow packaged. Well, we need to get the applications on there, and in this version of Linux management, we're using the custom profiles, as Johan said, which are triggering the underlying Puppet agent, which is already installed. And we need just to talk to Puppet and send a manifest on what we're going to do. And we can deploy the applications in 3 different ways. First option is to download in our example we're going to show, you download the Debian file from a repository, and you run it. The other option is to use a native distribution package manager like apt or dpkg. And the other option again is the third-party package managers like Snap and Bolt, which have their own installers and they have a own repository. So not everything is in, for example, in a Debian repositories, but you can find more applications in Snap. And again, certain files you will need to download yourself because they are not available in repos. And this is just an example of the payload. That's what you send to a Puppet agent to deploy, in this case, as a download and execute. What we say is we tell to the Puppet agent, oh, go get this specific version of Zoom. And after that, we'll just install the apt install. We'll run apt install. We deploy the Zoom, and it should be running. There is one side note with all the download and execute. You are really dependent on, in this case, the developer, because this is a hard-coded path, and this example is not going to work anymore. Because I was verifying, and this version has been removed from a website. So if you deploy that, and you're stuck. So we need another option which is more dynamic. And in this case, I'm using installing a VLC. It's again, but I'm not downloading anything. The only thing I say is to Puppet go and execute the bash script to actually install the VLC. It will handle everything itself. So it's more like using a Google Play or App Store on the mobile devices. That's quite nice and easy. And we have a short demo recording of how you create a profile. And now, if you have experience with Workspace ONE, you understand you go just to Profiles. I have a filter on Linux platform. You create a new profile. You say it's a Linux. We'll give it a name. We deploy it to a smart group. And then we go actually to configure the custom payload. And in this case, we just provide a name. This is going to be the Puppet manifest. And we have two options. We have an installation manifest, and we have a removal manifest. The installation manifest is what I showed on the previous scripts. It's just all the commands we tell to Puppet to deploy. And the removal manifest is also important because when you remove the profile or when you remove the system from that OG or a smart group, the application will be removed, just like with other types of devices. So when we have deployed the profile, just wait a little bit. We see in the console it was deployed. And I was running from a test system. I have a VLC installed. Well, I forgot to add that before that. It was no VLC, so it's a bad magic trick today. Using the third-party package managers is actually the same. It's just we are supplying the command to the Puppet, telling us, use Snap to install Slack, or use Snap to install Zoom. For example, Zoom, we don't have them in standard repositories, but we have them in Snap. Yeah. Yet another option we can do, actually, because this is Puppet, and if you are familiar with bash scripting, you can send anything you want to Puppet and just say a command and do, in this case, for example, sending the command is just to run a distribution upgrade. And I only I'm using the switch if only if to make sure that we just do it once a week. We don't do it on a regular basis. And if you saw the previous profiles, when you deploy Linux apps, sometimes you just need to run the apt-get update before installing the apps, that otherwise the app install might fail. So we have different options in the manifests. So you can do a lot of stuff just by running some bash magic, and we'll touch that a bit later again with next versions.
Then we have some sensors. It is can be handy to know the status of your device. For example, you want to know how many disk space do I have left? What is the status of the battery of the device? What is the temperature of the CPU, GPU, etc. You name it. If you can retrieve data from a device, you can create a sensor for it within Linux. And that information you can get back to the Workspace ONE console. This is what we are going to show now. We're going to the Workspace ONE Hub console. We go to resources, to sensors. There we are going to create a sensor. We say, let's add a sensor. Linux, of course. We give the sensor a name and a description, whatever you want. And this is the payload, the code. And for this demonstration, it is to see how many disk space we have left. Now, we create an assignment to it. We select a device group, smart group, and we click next. Then we have some triggers when the information should be retrieved. You can do it periodically when starting up, etc. For now, we're just forcing a retrieval of the information from the sensor. We go to the device, and we do sensors. And here we have the sensors registered. Now, queue to sync the sensor. We do some refresh. And it's not yet there. We go to the console, and with the Workspace ONE Hub util, we can also see which sensors are being defined. And here is the disk space sensor, and use disk space, and the sensor value is being printed in the console. And you see 41% is being used on that device, and it doesn't matter what you want to retrieve for sensor values. If it is possible with Linux, you can get it in your console. So that's cool. One thing about this is that when you have a sensor, for example, you have a battery sensor, but you have a device which is always on power and does not have a battery, yeah, you can have the sensor, but if it does not retrieve sensor data, it will not be shown here. So the first time it retrieves some sensor data, it will be plotted here. But if there's no sensor data, you won't see the sensor here. So, next. Yeah. Well, some do's and don'ts. What I told you before, when you do install the web-based agent, and you're going to install it, before you're going to install it, you need to close the browser. That has to do with the information you fill in the portal, and there that information is stored in a cookie, and the cookie is saved when you close the browser.
It's
and the
a
installer
SAML token what you get when you close the browser. Your SAML token is being written to the cookie, and if you forgot to close it, then installing the hub, it will not automatically authenticate.
No. Best practices, yeah, profiles works best with only a single payload. Sensors, sensors are for corporate devices only. So if you have a device for your own, it does not work yet, and that is that's a privacy thing. So only for corporate devices. Raspberry Pi 4, if you're going to install it on a Raspberry Pi 4, that's an ARM7 device, which requires a dep installation file. And beware when using Chromium web browser. We tried it several times. It should be supported, but if you try to download the correct installer, it does not recognize your system. So for when you're going to use the web-based installer, use Firefox instead.
It's a known bug in current release, but it will discover that your Raspberry Pi is actually Mac OS or something.
Yeah.
It will give you something wrong. Okay, so what we showed so far is in the current release. Linux management went GA this year in March, I guess. And we have a lot of things pending in the pipeline. And one of the things, for example, is the app management. It would be great to just upload your deb file or RPM file and to download and run it natively without any additional scripting, or just including your own scripts. Another thing is native scripting. So you're now talking with the Puppet. We need to create a bash. Or we need to find another way to distribute our scripts first. Native scripting from console, like we do it for Macs, like we do it for Windows, is a great feature, which is coming. VMware Tunnel for Linux is GA. The integration from is also coming. The SAML for CLI deployment, so what we showed, the web-based enrollment, it's using SAML token. When we use a command line enrollment, we're using basic authentication. So actually you need to have two OGs where you have basic users and you have integrated OG, otherwise the basic users will still be redirected to SAML and you will not be able to enroll from command line. The SAML authentication for command line is also coming, but it also will have some limitations at first. Sensors in user context, because now all the sensors we have, they are device targeted. Now we can do some sensors in user context. There is one large but about all of this. All these things are already in a beta, but they are all waiting to the modern platform of which is still pending to be released. And what we learned, QA24, it is going to UAT, and end of QA, maybe start of Q2, it will be released to GA as a modern application all these functions, they are developed for new platforms, so they will not work on the current release. We need to wait till they are released. Running with different things, we all know that, okay, we have a great thing, a freestyle orchestrator. We can use it on Windows. We can now use it on macOS. We want to use it on Linux because when you're onboarding users, it's a great thing to do. We now have a GA for macOS baselines. We want to have them on Linux as well. You just download the sys baseline, you upload it to your it saves you a month. I hope it will come. The same goes for compliancy policies. And one other thing, if you don't know Puppet, if you try to read the documentation, it's like you forget it because it's like tons of pages and they are not really meant for So we need some proper documentation on Puppet as long as the Puppet integration with will exist. And we're done for today. So if you have questions, we'll be happy to answer. Okay. And so we can talk outside, and thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Langeth. This is VMTN 2651, Horizon Cloud on Azure, Tales from the Field. I want to go through our agenda here this morning. First, a little bit on my background, and then we're going to dive into the Horizon Cloud product portfolio, specifically where Horizon Cloud on Azure fits within the Horizon Cloud portfolio as a whole. We'll talk about some cloud considerations in general. So when you're looking at moving on-premises virtual desktop infrastructure over to a hyperscaler, some of the bigger picture items that you should consider, not just specific to Azure, but hyperscalers in general. And then we'll also dive into a little bit of your potential cost savings that you should be considering when moving these workloads over to Azure. There is 2 versions of Horizon Cloud on Azure that we currently offer. We refer that to as V1 and V2. Sometimes you will hear V2 referred to as Next Gen or Titan. Titan be our codename development word. And we're going to get into the differences between V1 versus V2 and why you would pick one versus the other. Right? Some of those deployment deliberations of why you would choose to deploy first generation versus next generation. If you're an existing customer that's currently has HCOA out there in production and you're looking to upgrade to V1, some of those items that you would be considering as far as a migration timeline and those options, right? So what you would be looking at from migrating from first generation over to Titan. There's some reporting capabilities that are out there that you should be aware of as far as migrating from the existing reporting structure that's out there, we refer to as CMS, over to Workspace ONE Intelligence, some individual support items and support best practices, and then some additional resources that are out there for you. So this is perhaps the most important slide on the deck. Okay, this QR code links out to a blog post, and the blog post, if you scroll the whole entire way to the bottom, contains a PDF. And that PDF is a copy of this deck. And why that is important is because the deck itself contains several links to TechZone articles, KB knowledge base reference documentation for the product itself. So please take a minute if you would, if you're interested in this, and go out to that blog site. Along with the blog site too, once you would have that bookmarked, I'm constantly updating this because as the product is evolving and making different iterative changes, the blog site will be updated and the deck will be updated as well. So let's talk about where HCOA, again, Horizon Cloud on Azure, fits into the Horizon Cloud product portfolio. So we have 2 specific iterations or potential solutions within Azure. We have Horizon on Azure VMware solution, right? So Horizon on AVS, and then Horizon Cloud Service on Azure. Confusing names, yes, I admit, we could have done a little bit better here with our naming schematic, but so Horizon on AVS versus Horizon Cloud on Azure. Let's dive into Horizon on Azure VMware solution for a minute. So this is our PaaS, Platform as a Service, or IaaS solution. This is where you as the customer, you're still managing the Horizon stack. So the connection servers, DEM, app volumes managers, your UAGs, you're still responsible for the deployment and management of those components, plus the desktop image. VMware and Microsoft partner together to manage the hardware infrastructure and the life cycling of the VCF stack. It's important to call out here a fundamental difference between the two is that these are ESXi, vSphere if you will, based desktops. So things like VM Fork for instant clones is still available. And if you think about how you're consuming this, right, you're buying a minimum of 3 nodes with AVS, And these are better suited to 24/7 workloads, right? Because you're buying that capacity as a whole. So if your use cases out there where you have those desktops that would be running constantly, where you maybe were doing some type of back-end processing on them, or you had multiple shifts in your environment, perhaps a good use case there. And then we move over to HCOA. So again, this is more of our DaaS service, Desktop as a Service, the acronym being. So this is where you're just managing the Horizon image itself. VMware is taking care of the rest, right? Our cloud operations team is deploying the broker, the UAG, the display protocol, the app volumes managers. They're either delivered via our pod manager or our edge appliance that are in your Azure tenant, but we're managing those components on your behalf. Important difference here to call out, right? You're pay as you go for these individual desktops. If they're powered up, they're being billed. If they're powered down, minus your base disk cost for those individual VMs, no bill, okay? So fundamental difference. Think about burst capacity here, or seasonal workers, or a potential solution to use is disaster recovery for an on-premises Horizon stack, right? Where you just need that temporary capacity. Let's talk about cloud considerations in general, right? So this is above and beyond Azure, where I had mentioned previously, where you're moving on-premises workloads up to a hyperscaler. One of my colleagues, Hans Bader, has said, and I can't agree more, if you're taking your existing on-premises Horizon image and simply redeploying it in the cloud, you're doing it wrong. Spot on. Okay? This is the time to take the time to do a proper image rationalization. And by image rationalization, I mean what is going into the application, or what is going into the image as far as applications, and then your hardware sizing, right? How many CPUs are allocated? What are you using for your base OS disk? How much RAM are you allocating? As the cost with Azure, as we look with HCOA, each one of those individual components is being billed, right? The jump in, as we will talk to, from a 128 to 256 gig disk is significant. The same with vCPU or RAM. So if you're just taking that on-prem desktop and moving it up to the cloud based on the same sizing, probably not doing it the right way. You need to think also about your profile management. Is your current profile management solution compatible with an on-premises and hyperscaler supported environment? What are you going to use for storage in that deployment? How are you going to replicate your profiles between on-premises and that hyperscaler? In many instances, we see Azure Files with FS Logic here, but there's multiple ways to solve for that. That's something that you need to think through as far as what you're doing with your profile management. Windows 11 often comes up as far as our conversations with customers. Is this maybe the time, as you're starting to look at these deployments, to consider Windows 11 for your base operating system? Windows 11 on both HCOA version 1 and version 2 is fully compatible. So something to consider there. Your HA and DR strategy. Often we'll see customers that will want to deploy HCOA in 2 Azure regions. I always bring up the example of US West and US East. But if the point of giving a user a desktop is to come back to an ERP application that's still in an on-premises single data center, and that data center goes down and it doesn't have any redundancy, what is the point of having multiple Azure regions? And that goes to your image rationalization process. What is it that you're delivering to those users? So think about that as well. We talk about app volumes here as far as potentially consolidating that base OS disk cost, right? What can we package up to deliver both on premises and out in the cloud? It becomes incredibly important in HCOA if we can start to shrink that base OS disk cost, because base OS disk in HCOA is one of the only elements that's continuously billed, whether that element is on or off. So the smaller that you can make your base OS disk, the better. And I'd also like you to consider that this is an and solution and not an or. So what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, you don't have to be all in. So if you're currently on premises, this could be a hybrid solution, just like we talked about potentially for a failover scenario. Your existing on-premises solution goes down, and you want to have a DR solution, but you don't want to invest in a secondary data center, perhaps using HCOA for burst capacity. You don't need to move necessarily all of those on-premises desktops over to the cloud. This can be complementary, or an individual use case where perhaps you have seasonal workers where you don't have enough capacity on-prem. Well, add the capacity out on HCOA rather than buying additional resources that are not used, only a couple times out of the year. So we'll talk about cloud considerations that are Azure focused. Excuse me one second. So if you look over on the technical side, I've broken this down into technical and business iterations. So this link here will take you out to a document that we're very generic as far as what we say is HCOA Azure region availability. We say most zones. We do not give specific zones where HCOA is available to deploy. The most common ones, certainly, especially being here in EMEA, they're out there. But if you have that very unique use case where you're trying to do a deployment in a specialty Azure zone, work with your VMware EUC resource to make sure that HCOA is available for that zone. The other thing I want to bring up here is data and application locality. This is a huge one, okay, where we get customers that want to place those Azure desktops in the region that is closest to the user. Logically, that makes sense, yes, right, for latency purposes. However, this goes back to that image rationalization process. If we're putting the desktop in the region that's closest to them, but then they need to launch an application in that desktop that needs to transverse an express route that's overseas, back to perhaps a US data center, we're kicking the latency can down the road, right? So just because it's close to the user doesn't mean that it's an optimized user experience. We have to think about what applications that user is accessing within the desktop. We also need to bring up here cross-region replication. If you are going to deploy multiple Azure zones, to make sure that cross-region replication is available for that zone, this becomes incredibly important if you're deploying something like Azure Files, so that that back-end replication is there. We need to think about IP address spacing, all right? Your network routes and your service principals in your Azure deployment. We'll talk about this in a minute here with your cloud operations team as far as how they will be involved in those decision-making and requirements process. Both V1 and V2 have unique IP address, network routes, and service principals that are required for their individual deployments. You also need to think about what you're going to use for your IDP. You can use Azure user-based authentication right now, or hybrid, where you would be doing a hybrid on-premises traditional Active Directory user-based authentication. And then with Win 10 and Win 11 version compatibility, there is certain versions of V1 and V2 that are compatible with certain versions of Windows 10 and Windows 11. So if your organization has specified, like say 21H2 as your golden master, you want to make sure that you're deploying the appropriate version of either V1 iteration of HCOA or V2. The link here in that document will take you out to a matrix as a KB article. So over on the business side, we talked about use cases, right? The or and not the and. Know what we're solving for here. Disaster recovery, burst capacity, developers that might use a workstation that doesn't necessarily need to be domain joined. So think about the and use cases rather than perhaps migrating the entire estate. This is also many times the first time that we see VDI admins interacting with their cloud operations team. And there is specific requirements, as we had called out here before, as far as those service principals and IP address spaces, that they're going to need to be able to have provision for you to deploy these resources, right? Part of this, the solution is that we are deploying either pod managers or a lightweight edge appliance into your Azure subscription. And the minute that we do that, your cloud operations teams needs to get involved. And of course, because we're putting elements into your Azure subscription, that ticks the box for InfoSec. So the earlier that you can get your cloud operations team and information security involved in these discussions so that they can look at what those requirements are, the better. So let's talk about cost savings over here in Azure. First of all, there's an Azure pricing calculator that's out there. If you take a standard desktop, and I'm just going to make something up here, let's say 2 vCPU, 8 gig of RAM, and a 60 gig base OS disk, and you move that around the globe as far as Azure regions, the costing is dramatically different, even on a preferred subscription. So that's above and beyond data locality and users accessing it as far as where your end users are. You need to consider what your base Azure costing is in that region. That top link links out to that pricing calculator. I want to share an example here on the desktop machine profile as far as hard disk costs. I have a customer right now with 2,000 persistent desktops. Yeah, I know persistent, but the use case is there. If you take with their subscription, which has a 70, I can't say the exact number, but a very high percentage discount for their Azure subscription, okay? And you move that 2,000 desktops from 256 down to 128, it's over $100,000 a year USD in savings. Remember, your base OS disk is billed in your Azure subscription, whether that machine is on or not, okay? But at the same time, for those CPU and memory resources, it is billed when it's on, right? So we need to be very careful with power management for those machines, knowing when to spin them up and knowing when to spin them down as far as what your user profile is. So if they don't need to be running, it's incredibly important to have that power setting done correctly. Rick Turlip with our technical marketing group has a full entire article that's linked here on EUC Tech Zone about the power settings that are available in HCOA. Also want to call out a session that Hans did. I'd mentioned Hans before with Explore Las Vegas that was containing costs and cost comparison for VDI on different hyperscaler models. That session, which is available as a recording, is linked here from Explore Las Vegas. All right, let's talk about deployment deliberations, right? We had talked about HCOA version 1 and HCOA version 2. All right? First of all, if you're net new to looking at HCOA, you must request version 1. Out of the box, if you don't specify anything, you're going to get version 2 from the get-go, right? And that was of January of this year. The big one that I will always call out to customers is if you have legacy thin clients that are out there, or let's just say that for whatever reason you had your Horizon endpoint clients configured for PC over IP, you must use version 1. Version 2 does not support PC over IP. It is blast only. And that falls in line with where we're heading in blast in general for the entire Horizon deployment, okay? Currently, if you want mixed entitlements, if you want the same user to be able to access an on-premises desktop and an HCOA desktop, you must use version 1. That is quickly changing, right? We're meeting feature parity very, very soon here between V1 and V2, but that's still out there. It's something that as you're considering this, again, talk to your VMware EUC resource to make sure that that's still not a limitation. If you would deploy V1, know that most of our enhancements are now going over to V2, Titan Next Gen, depending on how you want to refer to it as. We talked that it's blast only. The user login workflow is going to be slightly different over here on the V2 console, okay? And this causes some issues with thin clients that are out there. Right now, you have to go to cloud.vmwarehorizon.com and then authenticate, and there's an authentication window that pops up, and depending on the iteration of that thin client, it can cause an issue. You can use a vanity URL, but it is the subdomain only. So in other words, instead of cloud, it would be yourcompany.vmwarehorizon.com, but you're going to still get prompted for that initial credential login. So check with your thin client manufacturer to make sure that that's an issue. And then, of course, feature parity that's out there. If you would need things like proxy support or resource tags per pool, we're not quite there yet, but that is rapidly changing. Check with your VMware EUC resource. There's an internal document that we can always compare as these iterations are coming out. So let's talk about the timeline over to version 2, right? So if you're a customer right now that's on version 1, you are limited as of the end of last month to deploy additional capacity. In other words, unless you go through the exemption process, you cannot deploy a net new pod. If it absolutely needs to be deployed, we have a process that's in place, but you can't just click a button in the console and deploy additional capacity. Our end of support for version 1 was originally 31 January of next year. That has since changed as of a couple of weeks ago. We are now out to 31 January of 2025. But again, I need to stress here that most of the improvements that are coming out are going to be in version 2. So be very, very careful if you're deploying V1. There is a knowledge base article again here linked in the documentation that walks you through the entire migration process and the end of life and end of availability for additional capacity as far as if you're an existing V1 customer. If you're an existing V1, do we have any existing V1 customers that are out there currently using HCOA? Right here. All right, so migration options. This will be a self-service migration for V1 customers that are out there. We go through and we do a pre-check in the environment. It calls an outage window. It deploys new components that are out there for V2. As long as you are on the latest agent build, it does not require new agents inside of those machines. It does give you a rollback option to make sure that everything is deployed and done so correctly. There is self-service documentation and the migration workflow detailed here. We always suggest, if it's possible, to do a V2 migration as a net new greenfield. So you can stand up a V1 and V2 side by side, because Workspace ONE Access supports multiple tenants, so that you could then have a swing state, if you will, between an existing V1 desktop and a V2 desktop if you would like. Getting short here on time, so I want to move on to a couple of other things. If you're I saw a couple of hands out there for existing V1 customers. We had something that was referred to as CMS reporting in V1, Cloud Management Service. That is now being migrated over to Workspace ONE Intelligence. For the partners in the room, this is a great opportunity. If that existing admin hasn't gone in there and run a report for CMS and hasn't gone through that migration workflow, this is a great time to re-engage with the customer and say, hey, have you moved over to Workspace ONE Intelligence? This is only a concern for V1 customers. If you're starting on net new on V2, you're going to get Workspace ONE Intelligence by default. But if you get that customer that's out there that hasn't hit their admin console in a while and hasn't done the migration, good engagement point. The detail here that I've highlighted on effective June 30 goes to our KB with the migration process. Support. I got 35 seconds before Alistair starts to kick me off the stage. UAT, think about this like Workspace ONE. Stand up 2 instances, production and UAT. The back-end costs are minimal. There's absolutely no reason why you couldn't just spin up another tenant and use for testing. HAR logs, critical to our support infrastructure. HAR stands for HTTP Access Request, being the acronym. This links to an article on our support documentation, how to get HAR logs out of any of the major browsers. If you attach your HAR logs and you see an error in the console, you're already ahead of the game as far as support. The first things that support's going to do, if you see an error in the console, hey, can you grab the HAR logs for me? If you're including them from the get-go, you're eliminating one step of that back and forth. So start with your HAR logs. Release cadence, you have to understand a little bit as far as making sure your agents are updated, and then of course the release notes between version 1 and version 2 getting a little bit complicated, because even when I Google them for them, you have to make sure which page that you're on. HOA resources that are out there, there's a 5-hour hands-on lab walkthrough that is available that you can do with both V1 and V2. There is a 60-day trial if you want to go above and beyond that as long as what I call BYOA, bring your own Azure, okay, subscription, that you can test out for your individual applications. You also have the ability to convert that from a trial license over to production, so you don't need to redeploy. There's a deployment guide with a reference architecture and technical deep dives out there on TechZone. So we went through the background, where it fits within the cloud product portfolio, cost savings, remember disk costs, V1 versus V2, the reporting and the support. I do want to call out just one more thing out there. Rick Turlip and Mr. Gordon are doing a session today, technical deep dive, at 3:15 to 4 o'clock today. If you haven't signed up for this session, 1562 BCN, I would highly suggest it. They're going to dive deep into all of the components of V2 and the V1 versus V2 consolidations. With that, I am way over on time. If you would please, because it's important to me, complete today's survey and another link back out there to the deck to download that PDF on the blog post if you didn't get it the first time around. Thank you everyone for being in attendance today. Have a great Explorer, and thank you for having me here to present on this topic.
Okay, cool. Let's start with our session here about ransomware protection with VMware NSX, our software-defined networking solution from VMware. My name is Jörg Rösch, solution engineer for network and security at VMware, responsible for the public market in Germany. Usual disclaimer, so please take it into account. Now, ransomware, I think everyone knows it, is everywhere. Cyber attacks are coming every day to every company, I would say. We have Log4j, we have Emotet still, we have things like MoveIT, they attack to a file transparent protocol. There were really about 2,000 companies affected and about 70 million persons, private and also company-based, affected. This is really a huge amount. Here are some statistics. You see here, okay, 44% breaches of lateral movement, whatever. What we have also seen, hackers come in the network and 2-3 hops afterwards, they are at a real destination. Other thing is, we see a lot of attacks to Samba services, to RDP protocols, and so on. And here also some statistic as a short introduction. Much more lateral movement, much more zero-day exploits, much more also vulnerabilities to Kubernetes, to containers. That's also important. You need to take care not only about the ransomware attacks to VMs, you have to take care also about container stuff. Then we have a lot of more customers reporting more experience with ransomware, with API attacks, and also a lot of more attacks after the war. First, I want to explain a little bit from a high-level overview how a ransomware attack looks like. And afterwards, I want to explain first our software-defined networking features from NSX. And afterwards, I want to come back to this example. And I want to show you how we can avoid a ransomware attack and how we can mitigate it as well. Okay, here's one example. We have a VDI client, virtual desktop. Some users is working on this VDI client, is open any kind of suspicious email, like it is. When a ransomware attack starts, then a backdoor will be installed. Afterwards, the hackers usually try to do some kind of lateral movements. They try to get more credentials. They try to get to their real destination. In my example, they try to get to a dedicated application. And at the end of the day, it could help perimeter firewall or a zone firewall. It can help, especially when you have here 2 different segments in 2 different IP ranges. But the hackers are very intelligent. First, they establish some command and control. They establish some connection to their side, to the dark side. And afterwards, they try to use other connections. In my example, they go over Active Directory and go to the real destination point. And there, exploit, encryption, and so on. That is what we often see. And what usually the hackers also do, they try to establish some DNS tunnel to get the data out. And afterwards, we see here not only some extortion with, we will provide you the key for some ransomware money. No, we are talking currently also about double and triple extortion. So double extortion means the hacker side also threatens about to publish the data. Triple extortion means they also have some extortion regarding DDoS attacks, for example. Okay, now I come to the feature set. Our NSX security, so everyone needs to save his castle, his data, that's important. But at the end of the day, there's always a way to get in. And what we have also seen at our customer, that the applications owner have no clue about the communications, which protocols are used, and so on. And so it's getting really confusion there. And what we also think, the hacker comes in and goes directly to my data, but currently it's a little bit different. The hacker comes in, looks around, tries to get more credentials, and then goes to the interesting destination part. And so we at VMware think East-West is the new battleground, so you need some security inside your data center. Because your most traffic is running inside your data center, you can also say lateral movement is a new battleground. That's pretty much the same. Okay, how is it running from our side? We are putting now to our hypervisor different security functions. We are putting there our distributed firewall. It's an Eolian layer 7 stateful engine. And we are putting as well an intrusion detection prevention engine and also a network threat analytics platform with a sandbox behind. I will talk right now a little bit more in detail about these features. Let me skip. I will start here with the microsegmentation. So how is it running in a previous scenario? You have your perimeter firewall. You can imagine you have your DMZ, you have app, you have database. As an example, there should be in different networks. For example, DMZ is in 10.200.10.0.24, the other one in 20 in the third octet, and the other one in 30. And it's quite difficult to establish there any kind of security without covering your routing point. That's a problem. Others think another option would be to install a kind of other solutions which are using agents. What we're doing at VMware quite a little bit different. We are sitting here with our distributed firewall function in front of the workload. It doesn't matter if it's a VM, still a bare metal server, or a container. Container is running a little bit different because you must work here with tag and objects and so on. But we can establish here independently from the IP ranges, infrastructure, network-based. It doesn't matter if it's overlay, if it's VLAN-based or whatever. You can work here with tagging, and you can do here inside the network the security very easy because you're setting your firewall in front of your workload, and you don't install anything on your OS level, on the guest system. That's also very important to understand. How we will do this, you see here now a picture from our NSX manager plane. Usually you create security groups, like here, and then you define policies. You see here policy, an example, source, destination, with service. Okay, here in my example it's any, but usually you define here any kind of protocol, like SNMP or whatever. And on the profile side, you can define things like TLS version 1.3 is allowed, and everything what is below is not allowed. Or you can do things like Microsoft.com is allowed for batching, as an example. And then there comes the apply to field. The apply to field is a very important field here, because with this function you define where this policy will be set. So usually you have here an application, you want to have dedicated rules for dedicated applications, and you define with this field really, is it pushed to the whole distributed firewall, to the whole environment, or is it pushed to one dedicated application, to one dedicated VM, whatever. What we also do here, we have here a kind of guidance, I would say. You can define here in different sections. For example, Ethernet, you can go up to layer 2, okay, MAC address. I don't know if you really want to do this, your policy set based on MAC addresses, but you have the possibility. Then we have an emergency field. With the emergency field, you can activate in case of any ransomware attack that you have no kind of lateral movement. That's very important, that you mitigate really your attack. Yeah, other thing is infrastructure. Usually in the infrastructure section, we say, okay, we separate here development, test, production, whatever your zones are. And, or, excuse me, the infrastructure, you say DNS, AD, this kind of things. So, wrong. But with the environment, there you define different zones. So, development, test, and so on. And then you jump in an application. In an application, so you can do there then really micro-segmentation. You can really secure every communication. Usually you do this for your most important applications, which are really critical for your company. Usually we work with tags because it's easy. It's our automation approach. You can still work with IP addresses or with other objects, but what is really important that you work with tags, because then you have a lot of automation behind. For example, when you have a SQL server and you get a new one, you can use existing tags to get this machine also in some dedicated policies. Okay. The problem which I have mentioned at the beginning, that the application owners have no clue about the communication. How we can solve this? You see here one feature from our NSX manager. It's named NSX Intelligence. And you see here, you can go in one application and you see which communications are unprotected, which communications are blocked, which communications are allowed. Afterwards, I have the possibility to do some recommendations. In my example, I have here an application with 3 VMs, 1 bare metal server and 1 container. And then I can start here and discovery. Let me check. And then I get some recommendations. At this stage, I always say it would be that you activate NSX and you do one click and publish and everything is fine. No, that's not the case, unfortunately. But it helps you a lot for your dedicated applications, this feature. To get your flows, to get some recommendations, you can modify it then, and then you can directly publish it to the NSX manager plane, control plane, and then you see here in a map what is allowed, what is blocked, what is unprotected. In my example, there's nothing more unprotected, but it's a really good, helpful tool. This was microsegmentation. Also important, we don't need no agent for microsegmentation because we are using our existing E6E management connection. So when you do also then a vMotion from host A to host B, your firewall policies will be automatically moved over. That's also important to understand. And as I've mentioned, we have a central management plane. So what I have explained that are not dedicated management planes for every firewall. Okay, next feature, intrusion detection prevention. Additional security features. You look in the payload to get more, usually with signatures, but sometimes also with some behavior behind. And it's the same principle. You have also sitting your signatures in front of your workloads, and you can work there very accurate. And the thing is, what is a really important or use case from our customer, they do some kind of virtual batching. We name it virtual batching. What we are doing here, let me skip it over. So usually when you get any known attacks, like Log4j, for example, then you get a CVID, Common Vulnerability Exposure. And you can go here, this is really a picture from our management plane. You can go here directly to the management plane, you type in the CVID, and then you can activate the signatures in front of your workload, and you win your time until you can do the real patching of your systems. This is an important use case for our customer. Okay, here, open, you see here one example. Okay, it's a little bit older one. But you see, we have here different kind of signatures, and you can activate it directly. But it's also important when you have, for example, some DMCs or whatever, where you need this kind of features. Also, especially in Germany, we have here a lot of regulation stuff. So unfortunately, yes, I would say. And there it's important for some environments or for some area critical customers like that, you need this kind of feature as well. You activate it just per cluster, like here, you see in the management plane, and you can enable it. Okay, but what should we do with unknown attack, day zero attacks? So we have another function named network detection response. you look here also a picture from our management plane. You see an example. Here's a communication between a client or a VM, whatever, 122.70.7.9. And there's a communication to 122.70.7.15. It should be no problem, but the communication, for example, would not be taking place the last 30 days. So we have a kind here, what is it? PSExec, Kerberos connection. And at the same time, the system sees that there will be a download from external, and afterwards there will be some kind of DNS tunneling outside. And with this information, the systems directly sees that it's an emotet attack. But it's also very useful for day zero attacks because you have also scoring behind, and you see only, not here in this picture, but you see also on your management plane a timeline. Is it the initial exit? Is it the lateral movement? And how will this be taking place as well? Here you see the features, or not the features, different functions from network detection response. We have here an IDS-IPS system on the sensors as well. So what is also important to understand, we don't need, usually we analyze the whole traffic. And usually you need for this port monitoring or tabs. But with our integration to our hypervisor, we can collect the flows directly from the hypervisor without configuring any port monitoring or tabs. Then we have also a sandbox here. The sandbox really, the systems directly check automatically files and send it in the sandbox. It's not something you have to do manually. You can do this. You can manually check files as well. But the most intelligent part of the solution is really the automatically approach that the files will be automatically checked when their kind of behaviors are in the system. Network threat analytics, there's a AI, ML-based machine behind, and we make there a kind of event correlation. So it's not just like a SIM that we are putting all logs together. We do this with some kind of AI, ML, that we really minimize it to the real events which we really need for the system. Okay, here also we don't need any agents because we collect directly from the hypervisor the flows. Yeah, we are working here with a MITRE tech framework. Maybe some of you have already heard this. It's a non-profit framework, security framework, and this is something which you also see in our system. You see then, is it the initial access? I'm trying to get in the network. Is it some privilege escalations or whatever? You have always these tactics, and behind these tactics are different techniques. For example, I have exfiltration, and a technique behind could be a DNS cat, whatever, or a port scan when you want to have initial access. Okay, here's a short summary. We have the distributed firewall function, and above we have all this which I've talked about, IDS-IPS, malware prevention, network traffic analytics. What we have also, we can establish a gateway firewall, so a north-south firewall or a zone firewall in software. This is often used from our side when we are talking about container stuff that automatically routers, gateway firewalls will be deployed. For example, different namespaces in Kubernetes will be separated automatically. And there, for this, we are using the gateway firewall, but you can also use it as a two-vendor strategy, or you can also use it when you have maybe any kind of locations where you have 4 hosts and you don't want to put there a physical firewall. Here's a kind of architecture overview, an example. You see here the function which I've described here, the east-west functions, distributed firewalling, distributed IDS-IPS, and malware prevention. And also north-south, the gateway firewall, IPsec VPN, TLS inspection, URL filtering, also EDS-EPS, and malware prevention as well. So from a high-level perspective, what are the features on these different devices? Now I come back to my example. Again, here's a VDI client. The user tries here or opens a malicious email attachment. And what can help here from our feature set? Our malware prevention, our sandbox. Because the sandbox is automatically checking what's going on. Second point could be command and control, alert on command and control. The analytics behind, the network threat analytics sees this, that there should be established in communication to outside, and this could be also blocked. Next step would be, okay, at the end of the day, when here the malware prevention or the sandbox already block, then it's over. That's clear. I only want to explain here now the whole cycle so that you have a little bit a clue of this. Then an unusual connection to AD. You have, again, network threat analytics. And then the exploit itself, it could be help. It's a known attack maybe. Then IDS, IPS with signature-based can help. And the next step, also malware prevention. When there's some kind of file attack, it can help as well. And for the exfiltration, they can help IDS, IPS, but usually network threat analytics as well. So what I want to show here really, the whole communication or the whole threat attack, cyber attack, there needs to be a visibility about all. Otherwise you can't secure or protect your system. Okay, how you can start with this? One thing is the visibility. There I have NSX Intelligence, which I have explained. We have also another tool, Area Operations for Networks, formerly named vRealize Network Insight. This is NSX Intelligence, is right only for NSX. With area operations for networks, it's a little bit difficult. You can also put there in routers, switches, physical firewalls, and you get a broader view. But intelligence is very important when you want to establish or when you want to have some firewall recommendations inside NSX. But area operations for networks helps you a little bit broader. For all communications, you have a visibility over your physical devices as well. And this is a little bit broader and a little bit another use case. The problem there is you can't put in directly in the NSX manager plane your policies. You need any kind of API integration, or you need to do this manually or over some other orchestration automation stuff. Next step, segmentation. So a distributed firewall is important, also a gateway firewall. It doesn't matter if the gateway firewall comes from us or from other vendors when there's already something existing from the physical firewall world. We can combine this. Also, we can combine all features with also other vendors. It's also important to know. Second step is it's going more deeper. EDS, EPS, network threat analytics, NDR, sandboxing, and so on. And this, the the final step is multi-cloud, but multi-cloud must be in public cloud or multi-cloud scenario, private, public cloud. It could be also your private automation, public cloud, whatever you want. It could be in a private space as well. So this is what I wanted to say. What is also important, it's not only the network part, when you want to be safe against ransomware attacks, it's also the endpoint. What we have with endpoint, we have the Calm Black solution, EDR, endpoint detection response. And when we are talking about network detection response and endpoint detection response, we're talking about an XDR. I think everyone heard this already, extended detection response. And this is our combination. And with Carbon Black, we can really look at the client, whatever it is. We can look to every process, and we can react on this, for example, also over NSX to set some VMs in quarantine mode or whatever. Here you see how you can establish this segmentation. Then you do a micro-segmentation. Next step would be an IDS, IPS. Then you have a network threat analytics. And at the end of the day, you have then the endpoint and the network, which needs to be secured. We have here where all this comes together, the endpoint, the network, and everything. is our VMware Contexta Cloud. Our slogan here is see more, stop more. We have here really about, I think, 150 persons sitting who daily take care about ransomware attacks or attacks, cyber attacks. So, it's a kind of hunting game. You see here some, I was too fast. You see here some parameters, whatever network flows per day. We collect a lot of things in this threat intelligence cloud, and you get a lot of information. And this is really important also for our signatures, but also for our network threat analytics piece. I skip this. To get this a little bit better, our integration with Carbon Black and NSX Security, you see here the NIST ransomware protection cycle, and you see here identify what happens here, which features, protect, detect, response. You need also a response. We have also our solution VMware Cloud Disaster Recovery in case you need any recover. It's always the case, you must be prepared if you have really a ransomware attack and you need a kind of recovery. But here you see that we are sitting in each stage about this. Okay, here's some recommendations also for some other sessions. Some of them has already taken place, so you can watch the recording. And with this, I would say thank you to the audience. Oh, excuse me, you wanted to see the last slide? Previous slide? Okay, cool. With this, I would say thank you and have a nice explore.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm glad you're here. And I hope you have a good time here in VMware Explore. Here today, we're here to talk about a game changer. And when we talk about game changers here in Barcelona, they will very know how to do that. They have actually crafted one of the most game-changing events, giving to the world a new term, La Remontada. And today we will see how our game changer is and why your data deserves it.
Right, a short disclaimer. So you see features in this presentation that are still in development. So they are subject to change, and VMware doesn't have any commitments to deliver them in any of the future releases. Okay.
Yeah. Before we zoom into VMware Cloud Storage, let's take a look on the solution which VMware provides in order to support the increasing demand of storage. It's a service which is jointly engineered between AWS and VMware, and it aims to put the enterprise-class software-defined data center into the cloud, together with well-known vSphere, vSAN, NSX, put it into dedicated bare metal in the form of EC2 instances. So the service is delivered and operated by VMware, which means VMware are producing the upgrades and the patches, and also VMware is the point of contact for the users which are using the service. And VMware Cloud and AWS exposes directly more than 200 native AWS services. The full operational consistency with the on-premise software-defined data center makes it easy to move workloads from on-prem to the cloud. The APIs which could be used for that are the same. vCenter and vSphere APIs are standard, so that no refactoring or additional effort is needed to adopt the existing automation for the move to the cloud. Yeah. We benefit from the flexibility which cloud gives in terms of cost and usage, and the service is provided in on-demand and standard subscription models. So stepping on this foundation, let's see what are the storage options we have.
Yep, next slide. Yeah, so the main storage offerings that we currently have in VMCFS are vSAN and the new one, VMware Cloud Flex Storage. Now, I'm going to refer to VMware Cloud Flex Storage as a VMCFS because the actual name is too long, but VMCFS means VMware Cloud Flex Storage. Let's see the vSAN offering first. Now, vSAN is a great durable storage offering. Its HSI hosts come with high available storage, and it's actually great for running any kind of workloads on it. And especially workloads that demand high OPS, low throw input, and low latency. Now, the payment model in vSAN is you pay per host. That means that if you want to scale storage, you need to add one new host to it. And this will lead to scaling compute as well. And that's not ideal for some customers because they might not need the new compute. That's why we introduced VMware Cloud Flex Storage. It's a fully managed service by us. It's really easy to operate, really easy to use. You don't need to configure networking. You don't need to configure almost nothing. And really the cool part is that you pay per gigabyte used. So you can scale storage independently of compute. Now, I will hand over to Stefan to talk about a little bit more about this product.
when talking about cloud storage, people start asking questions about object store. These questions are valid because object store has some neat characteristics. S3 buckets are cost effective. They scale really smooth and easy, and the durability is in the nature of this service. We get a lot of nines without doing anything, just using what we have out of the box. And what we have as feedback from our customers using VMware Cloud on AWS is that they have expectations for multidimensional resource scalability. This means that they see the scale of compute, storage, and performance in terms of IOPS separately. The reason for this is that not all workloads scale uniformly. And if we talk about simplicity, to explain simplicity with words already create complexity. That's why we will show in our demo, we'll demonstrate this simplicity in the demo in a while. So I'm giving back the floor to Eftim to talk about the architecture.
Yeah. So I want to present you like a high overview of the architecture of this offering, and I would love to go deep into clamps and what we do under the hood, but we need a day or so to do that. So we're going to do a high-level overview. Now, this storage is built on top of a file system that's production hardened over many years. And actually, a fun note that this file system is backing up our disaster recovery solution. We call it the scale-out cloud file system. And this scale-out cloud file system uses the T2 architecture, or it's safe to say we have two layers. One layer is the data management layer, and the second layer is the performance layer. As you can see, here we have the elastic capacity, which is the data management layer, and here we have the cache for higher performance, which is basically the performance layer, right? So two layers. Layer one, the data management layer, is all about scaling your data at the lowest cost. That being said, we use as a foundation in layer one, S3. And we use S3 because S3 is cost efficient, it's durable, it's cross-region, and many, many more things. On top of that, we wanted to optimize even further the performance of this layer. That's why we decided, hey, S3 works really good with sequential locks. And we decided to implement on top of S3 the so-called lock structured file system. And there's a great paper about what this actually does, but in a very short summary, essentially the lock structured file system converts your small write IOs into big sequential locks. And as I mentioned, S3 works really great with them. The log structured file system, as you can see here, is implemented via two backend nodes. And by backend nodes, we essentially mean EC2 hosts that work in a high available pair. OK. The next layer is the cache node, or the performance layer. Here we have cache for higher performance in this chart. This layer is all about performance. We have one cache node, which is, again, essentially one EC2 host, which is basically bringing us the caching functionality, and it stores the data in memory. And by doing so, we reduce the read latency to around 1-2 milliseconds, or something like that. And this is with our current architecture. If this cache node fails, we will fall back to the backend node, and we can read the data from layer one. Yes, of course, this will bring the read latency up to, it can bring it up to 10 seconds or something like so, but we have new features that will handle this in the latest slide. So, yeah, and with this architecture, basically you can scale performance and storage independently. This is, I think, the best things about it. Next slide, please. Right, in this slide, we've prepared some examples, and we try to give you an idea on how we potentially use this product, which type of workloads, and I guess some idea on, general idea on how to use it. In the first chart, we can see that for mission-critical, high-performance, and low-latency workloads, in the current version, we recommend vSAN, as it's a really good storage. It's a really good storage offering for that. VMCFS is great for backups, file servers, and log files, and many, many more applications. And actually, in the second chart, we've tried to summarize those applications, and these applications are actually applications that we actually tested on, and we know that these applications work really great on VMCFS. And we did some kind of a category, so VMCFS works great for file servers, multimedia archives, log files, analytics, backups, and database archives. And actually, this is just some of the examples that VMCFS for VMCFS. Okay, next slide, please. Now we're going to talk about availability. As you can see, we highlighted the regions that VMCFS is supported, but it's safe to say that VMCFS works on all major regions that support VMC and VCDR. Now, I'm going to hand off to Stefan to talk about our vision of this product.
Yeah, we see VMware Cloud's Flex Storage as enterprise-class storage for data management for the multi-cloud. Even though in this presentation we focused a lot on Flex Storage on AWS, we do envision the solution enabled on other cloud providers too. And we'll continue leveraging the cloud abstractions in order to provide the lowest cost possible per gigabyte. And in terms of data management, we're planning features around snapshots. These are the same snapshots which are driving our data protection offerings like ransomware recovery and VMware Cloud Disaster Recovery. So features like doing snapshot, cloning it, restoring it on some sandbox are essentially giving data management capabilities. If Tim mentioned that vSAN is the preferred option for workloads which require consistent low latency. However, we see at some point of time VMCFS as a suitable solution for such workloads too. We have in our roadmap items in direction of availability and performance. And that's how we see in the future VMCFS. Here I can show you some recent developments which are putting us towards our vision. The main developments are in two areas: higher scale and strengthened resiliency. Enterprise environments can scale to petabytes, and currently VMCFS supports like one data store with 400 gigabytes. That's good enough for most environments, but we're willing to push these limits, to extend these limits, and now give the possibility to use up to 4 data stores, and each of these data store can have 800 TB bytes. In terms of resiliency, we want to be sure that the solution performs constant latency, even regardless of the interruption in the infrastructure, regardless of problems and failures on this infrastructure. And if Tim will tell you a bit more about these initiatives, a bit more in detail.
Yeah, thank you. So let's start with higher scale. Now, with the current version that we have, you can do up to 400 terabytes per file system. And I just want to mention here that this is based on 2-to-1 dedupe ratio, and you can get slightly different results based on different type of workloads. From the next release, you will be able to go up to 800 terabytes, which is almost double the capacity. Now, with the current version, you can attach only one file system per SDDC. And we heard from our clients that one file system is just not enough per SDDC. That's why, in the next release, we are going to allow up to 4 data stores per SDDC. And if I can sum up everything, so you can go up to 800 terabytes, and you can have up to 4 data stores per SDDC. That basically means that you can have up to around 3.2 petabytes of data in one SDDC. And again, this is based on 2-to-1 dedupe ratio. Yeah, next slide, please. Now, let's talk about resiliency and what we did. As I mentioned in my previous slides with the architecture overview, we have one node in the performance layer. And if this node goes down, and I just want to mention here that this is a very unlikely scenario for AWS because we are talking about EC2 hosts. But even if it goes down, we need to fall back to layer 1. We need to read the data from S3, which will boost the read latency. Now, I was thinking what we can do to improve that. Hence, we added a second cache node. And the result is that we now have, or with the next version, we will have 2 cache nodes on this layer that work in a high availability pair. If one cache node fails, and again, highly unlikely scenario for AWS, but if it fails, the other cache node can take over without disruption. I think the estimation is less than 60 seconds or so. Right. So, having additional to that, we added 2 cache sizes. So, in the next version, you will have 30 terabytes and 60 terabytes option. And again, we can switch without disruption. It's a matter of configuration, and this brings, I think, additional flexibility. Now, with these 2 features, the resiliency and capacity enhancements, it's safe to say that from the next release, we will recommend this product, VMCFS, for mission-critical applications. OK, next slide, please. Right. Now, in this slide, we prepared some metrics of the performance expectations from what we will get from these 2 features. And I will not go over each metric here. We will share the presentation so you can go over it. But I just want to say here that we will expect improvements in read latency and write latency. Now, we talked a lot about the architecture. We talked about our vision and what we want to do in the future with VMCFS. Now, let's see everything in action. Now, we prepared the demo. And basically, the idea here is to, yeah, we can start it. So the idea here is that we are going to create 4 data stores and attach them to one SDDC. And essentially, we are going to scale our storage up to petabytes of data. The whole idea of this demo is to show how easy it is to work with this product, how easy it is to scale the data. Again, no configuration, no networking, everything is managed by us. So as you can see, we're creating the name. We need to select the SDDC, then create data store. Yeah, and then the creation will start. Now, until we're creating our 4 data stores, I just want to mention something that I didn't mention in the slides, but I think it's worth telling about. We did some improvements on the UX, and we implemented the concurrency model, meaning that you can provision, mount, unmount, delete data stores, and by data stores I mean file systems, at the same time. So you don't need to wait one operation to finish. You don't need to wait one data store to be created so you can create. You can do everything at the same time. Right, so we've created our data stores, and yeah, if you go to VMC, we can see that on this cluster, yes, data stores are here and ready to use. I mean, that's it. This is how simple it is to provision data stores, provision file system, and scale your storage with just a couple of clicks. Stefan?
And maybe a few words about this limitation.
Yeah, we're showing here that we've reached the limit of 4 data stores per this SDC, and you cannot no longer add data stores.
Yeah, cool. That was nice. With a few clicks, we provisioned like a petabyte scale.
Up to petabyte scale of data in one SDC.
Yeah. So that was what we have prepared for you today. I hope it was interesting for you. And if you have questions, please send a message to this email you see on the screen. Yeah,
thank you. We'll be here if anybody has questions.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Greg Catano from HPE, and we're here to learn about the HPE GreenLake for VMware Cloud Foundation. By a show of hands, how many people have heard a GreenLake presentation before? Anybody? Good. Anyone seen the presentation on VCF, the way we're doing the VCF? No, great. We'll set this off right off the bat. Logistics will hold all questions to the end because we're doing a live stream here and you wouldn't be able to be heard on the scientific. So my background with HPE is I am a 35-year employee, have been doing system integration work since I started with the company itself. So working with the HPE portfolio for the third-party vendors and all our software vendors, putting together solution workshops and putting together solutions for our customers that are both factory installed as well as customer installed. And reference architectures have been a big part of that. When we came up with HPE GreenLake for VMware VCF, we had a lot of customers that were out in the field that were building their own VCF environments. And the VCF environment gets you started, but then you have a long ways to be able to go. And probably the most important thing is the lifecycle management of the hardware that comes behind that and how to set everything up the first time. So I, early on in my career, made the decision to be a data center operations manager. I'm glad I'm not in that role anymore today, like be able to sleep and do some other things in life. But what happens is that became the focus of how do I set things up, what's the time to take everything to market, how do I get a faster time to value and be able to do that. With the HPE GreenLake for VMware Cloud Foundation solution itself, we're building off of the Cloud Foundation software from VMware itself, putting underneath it what we call our HPE Cloud modules, which are the best in class of the HPE hardware and software that will supplement the software itself. You don't buy a cloud module, it comes as part of the service and the solution it is. And this is a private cloud experience where we put the data center, we put the actual hardware wherever you want it to be. So if you want it to be in your data center, that's where we'll deliver and manage it from. If you want it in a co-location, we will deliver it to the co-location or at the edge. That's where we will deliver the hardware. Now the interesting thing about that is, in order for us to do all that work and as part of our factory integration work, I use the analogy of when you open the installation book and it says, gather all of these tools before you start your project to be successful, right? We need to do that. And we need to do that through what we call a customer intent document. So just placing the order is the first step, but in order for the hardware to even be built in the factory, we need to be able to use that customer intent document, which means we need to know IP addresses, VLANs, everything that you would do as if you were starting the deployment from scratch, because our factory is going to do that on your behalf. They're going to build the entire solution out. We're going to have a delivery team come on site and be able to do the integration into the network and bring the services up. And then we'll have our HPE GreenLake managed services manage the life cycle of the hardware and the environment, and we have a shared responsibility model. So that customer intent document is very important in this shared responsibility model because you as the customer will have certain roles and responsibilities, and we want to make sure that works through. That means everything needs to be done at the time you place the order. You've got to have that design done, you've got to understand what you want to be able to do so that we can turn that around a lot quicker for you. When we do turn that around, it's at whatever you want to be able to do for the HPE. Do you decide you want to do HPE licensing for that? We recommend the VCF Enterprise bundle, so you get the full suite of the products. So vSphere Enterprise Plus, you get NSX Enterprise Plus, you get vSAN Advanced, and the ARIA suite that comes bundled all within that stuff. Or you can choose to bring your own license with you, right? Bring your own license with what brings a little bit of a different, but a lot of people have ELAs in the environment and they want to leverage those, and as long as they can bring that to the thing. The difference between the two models in that case is if you buy a full license from HPE, when you buy the software and stuff, HPE owns the support L1 all the way up to L3. We own it all the way, and if we cannot resolve it at L3, we have a transfer internally to the VMware and we work with them, but the focus and the site of contract is with HPE on that part. If you bring your own license, right, through the ELA process or whatever other process you do, HPE will do level 1 and level 2 support, but if there's a problem with the VMware software, it gets transferred at level 3 to VMware. And then they own it from that point on that piece and come back. So we have to do the triage and make sure where level 1 and level 2 is, but then we go to level 3 if we're into doing that. So as you said, this is a big part of the shared responsibility model, and I want to just kind of break it down to where we think the shared responsibility model comes in and why we were getting asked this question. So we had customers that would come to us and ask us the other piece about where do we have a cloud that has been validated, it's been delivered, and it's going to be run by HPE, but I want to manage it. I don't want to lose my VMware skills, right? I am a VMware badge carrying person. I love all the expertise that I've learned, and I still want to manage the environment. And that is great, actually, because you know your applications, you know your workloads best. We, as the quote OEM, is able to take care of all of that other stuff that you don't want to be concerned with in the entire environment itself. So you be able to bring that into the environment and have to do that. You protect the skill sets that you have available to you and be able to do this. In the HPE GreenLake for VMware Cloud Foundation, there's actually two access methods. You have your regular access method from your data center or colo where your applications are. So just like you would have it in your data center today, if you deployed it today, you can have access to the SDDC manager, you can have access to the vCenter, you can have that from that networking perspective itself. We allow an alternative access point from the HPE GreenLake Cloud by permission and role-based access. You are allowed to say, this person can come into the HPE GreenLake front end and be able to click through the HPE GreenLake tile and then be able to get to SDDC Manager to do things. So you've got two access methods, but the role-based has, this cloud administrator, great. He gets SDDC Manager, he gets NSX, he gets the vCenter. This is just a VI admin. We're only going to give him access to the workload domain vCenter. We're not going to give him NSX, or this is a network administrator. We're going to give him access to NSX. So you can do your role-based access when they come in through the cloud. That is a separate authentication from what is standard inside of VCF. You can set up your Active Directories, you can set up any of the LDAP rules for identity control inside of the environment itself. You can tell us what that's going to be. So when you come in through your regular network, you actually can come into it with all of those protections as well. So you're using the two of them across the board. So using this piece, we now have this table up here that kind of will help you understand where all the responsibility is. So on the right-hand side, you kind of see a green bar, which is the HPE management side of the house, and then you see the yellow, which is the focus on the customer or the partner that's going to be responsible for it. So if we take the left side of the block here, it's just really the building blocks. As I said, these are compute modules, right? Inside a rack, when we deliver a rack to you, today it's in the standard 19-inch rack that we deliver it in, bring it up into the environment. We have a set of redundant 8325 Aruba switches at the top, which is your production network switches, which is most of all of the server networking goes through that module itself, redundant connections. Then we have a set of redundant out-of-band management switches with the Aruba 6300 switches put inside the environment. Underneath that, there is a control plane. It's a single server that is the access point from HPE GreenLake. That's how our GreenLake Managed Services team comes into the rack. They access it through our remote data access client itself through a secure VPN. And that's also how we do billing and metering through that tunnel that's coming back and forth. That's also the access point when you're in the GreenLake platform itself and you click through to the SDDC Manager, or you click through to the vCenter, you're actually coming through that RDA client and then launching that web page so that you can have access when you're coming through that tile. You come through on that control plane itself. That's where we have all of the tools that we use to help do the lifecycle management, monitoring of the software in there. Underneath that, you would get a 4-node management server block, vSAN based like you need for VCF inside the rack. And then the rest of the rack is available for your compute instances or your workload servers that you're going to do. Holds up to 14 servers in the environment itself, be able to put those in. And we have a bunch of different compute instances. You can have compute instances that have, differences in memory, differences in storage, because depending on what you want your workload to be, that's where it's going to end up. Those are the places that work through. Then above that layer, as you see the software-defined data center, all of the VCF software, and then you notice the yellow at the top for your customer applications and data. That's where the customer is going to be. So if I drew a line in the big picture of VCF where things fall, the management domain is under control of HPE Managed Services. They take care of all of the management domain pieces. You as the cloud administrator for this is where we share the responsibility is HPE will give you a pool of servers. We will give you a pool of servers that have been provisioned with the right version of ESX that you tell us that you're going to need for your solution. Then we say to you, go into SDDC Manager and create your workload domains. Click the button, use the SDDC Manager workflows to be able to create them the way you want to be able to. Use the vCenter, create your clusters the way you want to be able to do, and you can be able to do whatever of the cluster image you want to have, or how you want to deploy those, how you want to arrange them. You can mix and match compute instances in the rack. So if I have some that are storage optimized instances for the compute rack, I may have some that are memory optimized, where I have the memory doubled or quadrupled on those because I have an in-memory database that I'm working with, or I could have some general purpose. You get to decide where they're done, and when you move them into a workload domain, use them for as long as you need them. Oh, I only need 3 servers now in the general purpose pool. Great. I'll take the other 2 that have been reserved to put in place earlier. I'll send them back. HPE will basically, through managed services, re-image them back to a base ESXi version for you, and then they're available now to be, again, commissioned into another workload domain, and you may push them into some other workload domain or extend them. So that's your responsibility as the middle piece of those, being able to provision the workload domain that's moving across in the middle. So on the bottom you see here we have deployment of hosts, then we have in the middle section management domain and provisioning of the workload domains, and then above that, the migrating of the VM machines itself, the virtual machines, being able to work with your NSX networking and everything else, that's where you have control as well. You know how you best want to be able to make that happen for you. HPE takes care of all the stuff, as you see where their responsibility is, and on the manage for the day-to-day side, you actually have the monitoring and availability of your virtual machines, right? It will be what is going on with your virtual machine, are you able to do that? We do have SLAs in place so that we can make sure that and the underlying infrastructure is in place to do that. If for some reason, we find it's a configuration error, HPE will help you resolve that piece, right? So that we know where it's going on in those pieces. But the backup and the recovery of the VM and the applications is solely the responsibility of the customer. Right? You know the application best, you know how the data needs to be backed up and treated, you know when to quiesce the application to make that happen. Now, HPE GreenLake has services to do that for backup and recovery. Great, we could leverage those as well, but that is the responsibility of the customer in the solution as it's designed. Right? And the customer responsibility, if you want to decommission, recommission the host for the workload, great. But as you can see farther down on that column, the availability of the domains, all the lifecycle management. And this also includes the lifecycle management of the HPE value software, like HPE OneView, HPE OneView for vCenter, which is host of the hardware support manager for the VLCM activity that we do in vCenter. Those pieces are all part of the environment, and it does that. And then the GreenLake central accessing tools for all of the management across the board. So you can bring these together and help you build your environment in order to turn them into what you need them to be. Right? When we get into this environment, we have seen customers ask us, well, how far can I go? Where can I actually take these environments next? It's a free-form thing that you can have. As we say, you own the workload domain. So you can create whatever you need to do that. You can create as many workload domains as you have resources available to, right? Primarily in this I shouldn't say first release. This release has been out for a while now, but it's all vSAN based. The compute instances are vSAN based now. Now that VMware has released VCF 5.1, right, we're making a change in being able to bring in some external storage as well as an option. You could always add external storage into it in your data center. If you have NFS mount points in your data center that you want to bring to the host, we can actually bring that in because the network's available and connected into your data center. Wherever you have that data, you can bring them in as secondary storage. The only thing you can't do right now is workload domains. Primary storage to make the cluster, to make the workload domain for the heartbeat needs to be vSAN at this point. We do offer the 2 flavors of VCF available. Obviously, we still have VCF 4.5.1, which is the last official stream that's out there for the vSphere 7.0 U3 stream. If people are still on vSphere 7.0 U3, we're offering VCF 5.0, which is the one that came out in June of 2023 based on 8.0 U1A, of vSphere, so that gets you into the vSphere 8.0 stream itself, and then we're ramping up on the just released yesterday, the 5.1 of VCF, which is based on vSphere 8.0 U2, all right, to be able to do that. Having all of those pieces put together. So we'll have all of that. You can say which one you want. Again, that customer intent document is the real important feature there, so we know what you want to be able to do. And again, as we said, bringing it together for you so that you know what's in the customer intent document, because you're also able to do the management here. You know, you also tell us in the workload domains, this is what I want for my IP pools, this is what I want for my VLANs. We'll make sure that they're all available to make sure they'll do that. Because if you want to decide that you want to have them provisioned up on the Aruba networking switches, you want to have certain VLANs up on the switches, we can actually take care of that part for you. Because that's part of the infrastructure that we will manage as we're working in the environment. So we bring that in and bring the solution together. When you look at the HPE GreenLake landing page, if you're coming in through the HPE GreenLake landing page itself, this is where we do our milling, you roll up of the billing and metering as we're working through that. So you can see on the left-hand side, consumption analytics, the middle would be capacity planning tile that would roll it up, and then the GreenLake billing itself is showing your tile there. Because we know there are multiple personas of people that are going to be looking at this. How are we running? What's our run rate and everything else? This is the consolidated page where you may have other tiles on here for, you may have something for GreenLake for backup and storage, backup and recovery. Our HP GreenLake for VMware Cloud Foundation tile is in the middle where it says manage your workload domain. OpenShift is another option, or even our private cloud enterprise. So your tiles could be filled with a lot of different pieces that could be appearing on this page. Once you come in here and see that information, you also have those rollback accesses that I was talking about. So as you can see, we've added 5 of them down here at the bottom, so we can have somebody who we decide is going to be an auditor of the system. They just want to be able to look at the system and view the settings. We have that cloud administrator, the master administrator that does SDDC manager, vCenters, and NSX manager. They're also the person that decides to add more accounts or not. You don't need to contact HPE to say, I need to add a user to the account and give them permission. You get to do that as the cloud administrator role and being able to have that. All right, the network admin, for looking at what the network NSX changes would be, you can give somebody that role. SDDC viewer, if you want somebody only to be able to go in and look, maybe somebody's trying to plan some downtime, what kind of updates are coming out from the system, you can go in SDDC manager and you can see the repository as VMware is rolling out their updates and saying, oh, this is coming. But with an HPE GreenLake solution, you also get an account support manager. Right, a person on the team from HPE that's also going to be proactive in contacting you and saying, hey, we need to coordinate and set up some downtime for certain pieces. There's a security advisory we need to do. We need to roll this out. Whatever the case may be, they will coordinate and work with you on that. And then at the bottom is the VI admin, when you're protecting the skills of that VI admin person and bringing them into the environment. And when I said earlier, you know, once you give somebody one of these roles and they be able to do that, and they click on the tile, this is what the page will look like. You can have your management domain and you can have that click through for the SDDC manager itself. You have either the workload domains, as many workload domains as you create, we'll be able to put them up here. And if I was just a VI admin, I wouldn't see the NSX manager link on my tile. My role says just a VI admin. All I'd be able to do is get to the vCenter managers for that, and vice versa. If you're just in the network admin, you can be able to bring those two pieces together. So this is how we bring together the shared responsibility models. We think it's the best of both worlds, allowing the OEM to bring in the environment and knowing how to handle the hardware updates, knowing how to do all of the software updates for you so you don't have to worry about the sequencing and all those other things, and you can focus on your applications and your workloads. Because you have a network connection in from your data center into this, you can use all your standard provisioning tools to provision your applications, to add to those workloads. So we're trying to preserve the fact that you have a lot of investments in that networking piece, and or even in all of that application development. Go ahead and bring that in to bring into the workload domains, especially since you have permission to do that. So that shared model keeps things rolling and bringing things in together. That's what I have today for you guys. I hope that was a great little insight into the world. I thank you for showing up and listening to us. We're out at the HPE booth right inside of the demo floor on the right-hand side, and I thank you. Having a great day. Thank you.
Okay, hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julius Lienemann. I'm a solution engineer for end-user computing in Germany, and I'm going to talk to you in the next roughly 26 minutes and 45 seconds about extended reality in the enterprise and how you can do this with Workspace ONE UEM and get these devices under control. So let's get started. Of course, if there are questions, we can answer them afterwards. Just come to us, and we're going to answer those questions. Looks to be a small session in this case. Anyway, so let's see. Does it work? Yes. Just obviously remembering, when was the first time when you were experiencing immersive technologies? Just think about it. Like, was it in the IKEA world or whatever, where you were just having a look at when the first time you had some kind of glasses on your eyes? For most of us, it was that one here. So actually, when you were having Pokemon Go and having some kind of overlay for the first time, running, actually, well, with these things around and getting then some kind of augmented reality on the device. So that was really the first touch point a couple of years ago now. Actually, it was in July 2016. So it's 7 years ago already that we were experiencing this with Pokemon Go. And since then, obviously, a lot of things happened. And I won't go through all of those now, but these are just some examples where you see augmented or virtual reality integration in the enterprise. So it is kind of a lot. So I mentioned the IKEA example where you have something in a box and you can see in augmented reality where to place your locker and stuff like that. But on top of that, there are more examples than you would know. So let's think about a virtual locker room, or what Amazon is doing, that how does this sweater fit to me, and then use artificial intelligence, not artificial, augmented reality to get it actually onto your body. So there are many examples here, and in the end, also looking at the devices itself. When you see here around the numbers of how many devices have been sold, actually for the Quest 3 there are no numbers yet. But when you take a look here in the gaming area, it was from 50 million Oculus Quest sold. So there is a device mass out there, and this is of course consumer, but we also see this more and more in the enterprise, and also with Meta bring HR, bring VR to work. So there are lots of use cases around it. But, and that's the point, times are changing. So 1 year ago, we weren't talking about it, but all this stuff around artificial intelligence is, of course, also having an impact on how do we work, how do we perceive work in our workplace, and how do we design it. Therefore, obviously, when we think about this, how would a workplace of the future look like? And what I did is actually, before that session, I was preparing, doing a bit of Google activity and always asking, how does the future workplace look like? And go to the image search. When you do that, actually the first thing it throws out is something like that. So, well, okay, is this a future workplace? I don't know. Do you feel comfortable with it? I would say, no, this is not a future workplace. This is more reminding me on, you remember that one here? So if you're not too old, this was the iRobot thing. Really, when you Google future workplace, this is what you get. Next example. Well, do you remember that one here? Well, that was Minority Report. And, well, we are actually getting closer because, he's not wearing any glasses, but he's doing something in a virtual reality environment. And therefore, yes, so this could be something around the workplace of the future, driven by augmented and virtual reality. And then obviously, the obvious example, so we can't have an augmented or virtual reality presentation without having a quick look of what was announced earlier this year. Thinking about it, yes, would this be the workplace of the future? Maybe. I think it is getting closer already, and there are different dependencies on when this would be a workplace of the future and what the example would be. But in the end, it's just food for thought, and think about how can a workplace look like, and what is clearly and no-brainer at all, these devices, they will have an impact on the workplace of the future, and that's why we also have to care about it. Now, taking a look at how are enterprises today leveraging XR technology, so extended reality technologies. When we take a look at today, we just need to have one step back and think about, well, the alphabet soup of XR. really, I was talking now already a bit about XR, AR, VR, and they are all different, and they all have different use cases. So when we think about the first example here, and this is around assisted reality, also in AR, this is where we say also specialized devices where you're just having an overlay, but you can still see the reality through your eyes. So in the end, it is static content delivered directly to your line of sight. That's the first aspect we need to care of. The second one is, I just need to go here, is augmented reality, where we're just one step further already. So you're having overlays above your own environment in that sense, and you can interact with them in real time. So in the end, it's one step further into a virtual reality world, and we have seen this with HoloLens and Magic Leap. So HoloLens probably something you remember, of course. And the third aspect, and this is something where it really starts to get interesting, and where we were seeing also the other devices and the Apple direction, is the virtual reality, where you're having really full glasses, fully immersive, and well, you still have a pass-through capability, but that is then just something which is recorded from the device in front of you. So this would be something we see these days with Meta Quest, Pico, and Vive devices. So the Meta Quest 3, one of the latest devices, HTC Vive Focus or Pico 3, 4 Pro. So there are lots of devices out there. We will take a look at it a bit later. All this is summarized under extended reality, and we are looking at providing solutions for all those devices and all those use cases. Actually, thinking about what are the use cases in the enterprise, what are top enterprise use cases we see today? Because when I talk to my customers, I'm always getting kind of the messaging, yeah, well, this is nice, but aren't you using those devices for gaming and for watching 360 videos? But no, there's much more behind it. And as actually also driven by the pandemic, there were also use cases around it to interact directly with people, being virtually in the same room. And then it is around training, for example, just having something when you can sit before you fly the plane, you can sit in the cockpit and have everything in front of you and control it how you need it. So as an example. Also augmented workflows, virtualizing design, remote assistant. These are kind of clear examples. One of the things I also wanted to highlight is, of course, the collaboration part, because it's just what I said. So of course these conferences here, they are great, and hopefully they will stay like they are. But on the other side, it's also when someone is in the States and someone is here in Barcelona, how can we get people into the same room virtually and let them collaborate with each other? So that's one of the also most important aspects here. And there's more around it, of course. So when we take a look here at enterprise use cases for XR, we had some of them, but looking here, working in production or manufacturing, when you're just actually at the belt and need an overlay. Having things like knowledge workers here in media production, where you get these things, design virtualization, augmented workflows. I think this is something we see quite a lot in healthcare. So just having a lot of healthcare customers taking a closer look at how can we have that overlay, or even working from remotely when you're not there. Just thinking about political crisis and issues we have these days, when you can work with some kind of augmented reality workflows where you're not there, but you can help people which are somewhere out there in a crisis area, for example. So these are use cases we're typically seeing. And of course, well, the benefits are effectiveness, productivity, reduction of complex tasks, reduction of travel, just having people better together in that case. Now, this is all nice, but what is holding us back from adopting these devices more and more in the enterprise? Actually, not sure if you have worked already with such devices, or if you had them in your work environment, played around with them. When you want to integrate such a device in the enterprise, and that's always what I say, it's kind of difficult, because take a device you buy in a retail store out of the box, and well, the first thing you will see is kind of YouTube 360 or getting some kind of fancy games on it. And obviously, when being in the enterprise, you don't want people to play or watch Netflix. And actually, you want to focus them on the task they want to do with the device. And this is where an enterprise integration comes in, because staging these devices and having only enterprise content on them is kind of the first thing which is getting difficult when you're not having anything, or when you just have the out-of-the-box experience. So it means what we would like to solve is, for example, getting the device in the state like you as an enterprise want it, having the device managed, controlled, secured as well, and integrated into your environment. So if you, for example, have internal connectivity requirements, not everything goes directly through the internet, then actually tunneling connections to your intranet are some things which are important. Deploying applications, kind of a no-brainer. You have your enterprise applications. How do you get them on the device? Well, yes, you may sideload them. That would be one option. But isn't it better, and like with mobile devices, to deploy them over the air? Kind of absolutely clear. Also, thinking about things like identity and access. Really, how do you get access to your solutions in that sense? And how can you log in? Ideally with a single sign-on, not requiring all the time username, password from the users, or even having things like multi-factor authentication if this requires your backend. And last but not least, analytics. How are people using the devices? What are they making out of it? Are they adopted at all? And of course, the user experience itself. When people have to search for their enterprise apps, it's kind of difficult. So that's where things like a kiosk mode, for example, are coming in, where you just start up the device, you have kind of a single sign-on login, and it starts up into a kiosk mode, and people are just only seeing the apps they need and what they want and getting them secured. So what we are having as a solution here for that one is Workspace ONE UEM plus XR Hub. And let me explain this a bit more in detail to you. There are two sides of that one here. The first one is Workspace ONE UEM. It's really to get the device into the state you want it, to stage the device, to manage the device, support it, and actually have all the deployment tasks simplified and also at a scalable approach. Because when you have to touch all these devices manually, and to install and sideload the applications, it's just also consuming a lot of time. We will take a look at the typical use cases in a second as well. The other part is the XR Hub. So when I was talking about getting directly into an enterprise integration, having some kind of a kiosk mode or having a launcher application, this is where XR Hub comes in. And it does much more, but really just understand the first one is how to get the device controlled, how to get the device enabled. The second one is how to get people productive with the device and how to get people working with it in the enterprise. Now, taking a closer look at the first part, the Workspace ONE UEM side. Well, what we would like to solve it, we talked about it already. But the first thing to understand is also we support this here across the extended reality device set. So there are some differences between Workspace ONE UEM, so managing the device, and the XR Hub, getting the kiosk mode or getting a launch application on the device. But the first thing is the streamlined onboarding, and this is supported for all these device types here at the bottom. So we enroll the device like we enroll iPhones, like we enroll Android devices. Actually, in most cases, we are talking here about Android as an operating system. iOS, as we know, is coming at a later point. But the first thing is really onboard the device and have something like an automated process where you don't have to do all the things manually. Second aspect then is, we talked about it, is simplified app deployment, getting apps pushed. So having in-house applications, having enterprise applications, and just install them remotely on their device. So without side loading or plugging in anything, it's just deployed like you would also today deploy a device to your iOS or Android device. The third aspect is also lifecycle management. So what we hear from our customers is these devices, they get stolen quite a lot. So when they are out there somewhere, it happens, of course, quite often that someone is just taking a device away, and when you manage those devices, you at least can remote reset the devices and have some kind of security applied that, no sensitive information is being stolen. So that's one part of the life cycle, that you can securely remote manage the device, reset the device, but it's even on top of that, apply policies like having a passcode on the device, having certain functions disabled, enabled. So that's the whole life cycle and security management with, from the end to the beginning, that until your device needs to be reinstalled or reset. Third aspect is also remote worker support. And this obviously is really about when your people are out in the field and they call you, something is not working like it should. You can remote control the device, you can dial in onto the device, you can push new configurations or just have an impact on the device. or in the best case, people can even re-enroll their device on their own if this is required after a factory reset, for example. So really having the full aspect of remote worker support. As I said, it may differ how to do these things from device to device and from platform to platform, but what we actually do with it, and when you asked your question, how do I get the device into the management? Hey, I'm having Workspace ONE today, and how do I get devices under control? So the first thing is, here's a great Tech Zone article in the VMware Tech Zone, which is explaining you step by step, how can I enroll an XR device into Workspace ONE UEM and get it controlled. Of course, you need to apply your policies and all that stuff. That's clear. But first, how do I get the devices enrolled? This is this article here on the right. It's just really perfect and straightforward how to manage those devices. Yeah, and the second part of it is just an overview of what do we support today from a Workspace ONE UEM perspective. We were talking a bit about the device types already. I would say we are having, I think, all devices which we have seen in the enterprise are manageable. So it is kind of just very little amount of devices which are not supported. The three big ones, Pico, MetaQuest, and Vive, and also when there are still HoloLens out there or Magic Leap devices, or we also have RealWear. It's not on here now because this is a bit more focused on the whole virtual reality area, but in general, we have a solution for all those device types, and help you with getting them enrolled just into Workspace ONE UEM. This is great. Your device is managed now and controlled. Everything is like it should be. That's the moment where Workspace ONE XR Hub comes in, because the first step is, yes, we are controlling the devices. The second step then is, now let's make them enterprise ready. And when we're taking a look at it, what we can do with Workspace ONE XR Hub, it's, as I said, from the logic here, is it, when you're having Android devices, there's a launcher application, and this is also some kind of the launcher for XR devices. The first thing you get is a unified app catalog. Starting the device, starting XR Hub, and then getting into some kind of a kiosk mode, you're having a unified catalog where you only see your enterprise applications which are relevant to them. And of course, you as an enterprise are configuring which applications are relevant for you. Second step then is, let's start an application. This could be a web app, it could be an app installed on the device itself. Does this app require multi-factor authentication? How do you log on to this application? Having a single sign-on, having, if required, conditional access. All these are things which are doable with the XR Hub, which is, of course, then having quite a positive impact on the user experience. Third aspect is, what we see is these devices are quite often shared between users and enterprises. So you can do a check-in and check-out, means one user having the device doing Shift A, then logging in, Shift A is finished, handing over the device to the second user, Shift B is starting, logging a different user in, so you're having a personalized experience. Yeah, and the other aspect I also want, okay, yes, you can access any app. The other aspect I wanted to highlight is we're having customers using XR Hub who have fully customized the experience. Actually, it looks like you're walking into their reception in their main office location because they customize it in 3D as an immersive experience. So we are going to see a couple of screenshots in a second where you may also can understand it better. But you're getting a full customizable UX and UI branded to your enterprise organization. Yeah, and last one, I'm also having a different slide on that one. You can also stream XR apps from a virtual desktop, so there's a Horizon integration, but yeah, let me come back to that in 2 minutes, actually. Taking a closer look at the XR Hub itself, well, you can see it here, I hope it's big enough. We have some kind here of a VMware branded office, obviously, but this could be your office and this could be your look and feel of the XR Hub itself. Then here you're having the catalog, so it's an overlay, visual overlay, and then you can see here how it's starting the applications with a virtual keyboard. So in the end, from a feature perspective, you get a customizable workspace, enterprise with the user experience, and have this across all your virtual devices. And again, kiosk devices or kiosk mode is also something which is supported there. We're having some good videos out there, but one last aspect I just wanted to cover is just what I mentioned earlier, is our partnership here with NVIDIA. for Cloud XR, when you're having computing extensive workloads, you can stream actually your Horizon workload to the Workspace ONE XR Hub and have then this three-tiered combination of XR Hub, Workspace ONE UEM, Horizon with the NVIDIA Cloud XR integration. So in the end, this is when you have really something like computing intensive 3D graphics, some CAD requirements for vGPUs. This is what you can do then here, stream those via NVIDIA to the XR Hub and have then also those workloads running in the back end, but streamed to your XR device and having that experience as well. So just recently announced as a GA version. So coming to an end, why Workspace ONE for XR management? I think we provided some arguments for it. Managing the device, just to wrap up with Workspace ONE UEM, getting the device under control, having the XR Hub, just to have that enterprise kind of experience, just to have everything locked into your launcher mode. With intelligence, we didn't cover that too much, but you can get all the analytics stuff and all the information, how are the devices used and what is the user perception from the device perspective. Assist was the part around the remote control we have seen, just dialing in remotely on the device, providing remote support into the device. And the last aspect was remote VMware Horizon with streaming XR up from a virtual desktop. So it's kind of an end-to-end solution for your devices and everything you need. And well, the best aspect of it is if you want to test drive it, you can do it here at the VMware booth, just, well, 100 meters over there. We are having a couple of devices, and there are colleagues who can just actually show you the experience, how to manage the device on the one hand side, but also how does it look with the XR Hub and the kiosk mode and the enterprise integration for those kinds of devices. Yeah, this is kind of closing the session for today. I hope only if it's just a few people of you, but it was interesting. And if there are questions, of course, yeah, just come to me and ask me. Would be great. Thank you.